welcome. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the stream. I had to talk about something today. We had to talk about something today. So I got my coffee ready. And we're gonna have a conversation. Excuse me. That is good. That is extra good today. Oh my gosh. Whew. Love it. It's so good. Oh man. Sorry. Need a second here with the coffee. All right. Extra good today. Extra good. All right, so let's dive into the word of the day. We're going to get into a word of the day, and then we're going to talk about this, the thing that is this, okay? So let's get into the word of the day. The word of the day today. I'm sure you're all wondering what could possibly follow our last word of the day that was several words, right? If you remember, it was Central Intelligence Agency. Okay? We defined what it meant. Just simply definition, okay? So today we are defining Federal Bureau of Investigation. That's right. Today we are going to look at just the definition of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Now, let's get started. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, better known as the FBI, is the principal domestic intelligence-driven national security and law enforcement agency in the United States. I'm going to read that again. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, is the principal, the paramount, the highest domestic intelligence-driven national security and law enforcement agency in the United States. Oh, I see we're playing around with the like button already. We're at 6 likes, now we're down to 4. Operating under the Department of Justice. Oh. The FBI investigates federal crimes. And that's something. Combats terrorism. And that's something. Cyber attacks. Isn't that something? And supports local law enforcement. Wow! Boy. What a definition. They have a lot to do, don't they? These guys better be really, really, really smart, huh? It serves as a key member of the U.S. intelligence community. There it is. Boy, these guys better be really intelligent, huh? Because just like in our video games, we have a stat called intelligence, right? Even in our video games, we have a stat called intelligence, right? And, you know, it's for the wizards and stuff. They get better at casting because they read books. Oh, Wow! Genius stuff, isn't it? So, with this definition, can I ask you a question? Do you think that's what's happening under the current administration? Be honest with yourself. Don't sit here and just immediately lie for them. Do you think any of that is happening? Or do you think that they're all just college party frat house? And then they're here they are, confetti, confetti, confetti. But meanwhile, the Epstein files still haven't been released. And Kashi Patelli is chugging beers with the U.S. hockey team. National security. The FBI is the lead agency for investigating foreign intelligence threats and counterterrorism. Oh, wow. Fascinating to find that out, isn't it? The lead agency. And meanwhile, Kash Patel randomly has the gun of the guy that was murdered in Minneapolis by ICE agents. Huh? So wait a minute, they're supposed to be doing counterterrorism, and the director randomly, not even hours after the fact, has this gun that, again, they were clearly, this was the big thing that they were all upset about with this guy. And he wasn't there to do anything. We've already proven that. He was there recording. He wasn't moving, he wasn't holding his gun out. They took it from him and shot it. It's all on camera. And then again, reminding you what they're doing to people that are recording. Smacking devices out of hands. Violating their rights. Arresting people that are recording. Hunting them down in their vehicles. These are criminals. It's not the FBI. The FBI does not operate like this. Intelligence. It serves as key member of the U.S. intelligence community. What? And this is Mad Max. We got Mad Max going on here in the United States. Obama deported record numbers. Y'all don't need ICE. I already told you that. You just simply look at the facts. Stop sitting here and believing racist propaganda. Obama, the black man, deported record numbers. Yep. Big surprise. You're all just racist because Trump tells you to be. So, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. But then reminding you that the forefront of this thing is the whitest black guy that you can possibly imagine. And he's not qualified. He's just there to play mind games with you because he looks black. Kash Patel looks black, does he not? So the point is, why did they do that? He's not qualified. He's the diversity. This is what they do. I'm not talking about hiring a black man that's qualified. There's infinitely more qualified black men in the military that are top generals, or even black men that are police. That again, I told you, I'd probably give you a list of people in this state that are way more qualified than Kashi Patel. But meanwhile, he's the diversity hire. I'm trying to be as blatantly crystal clear and transparent. This is what it looks like. It don't look like telling y'all what you want to hear all the time. It looks like the truth sounds like this. It's not sunshine and rainbows, unfortunately. You want it to be, it's not. That's where you use that statement, by the way. You don't use that disappointing a bunch of fans at a WoW convention. Use it there. You're a CEO. You're not a fucking dictator, by the way. Oh, when I say by the way, that has no relevance to any other streamer. I just also use that modern colloquialism. BT dubs. Yeah. Stop it with this. Stop. He didn't coin that. In fact, most of the shit that he says, he stole from somebody he's been watching for years. Stop. Okay? He's a valid content creator. He's entertaining. But stop thinking that because I said it, I stole it or got it from... No. Everybody does this. It's called being inspired and using it your own way. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, oh well. It's that simple, man. I'm trying to think of a good example in acting. Give me a sec, and then I'll get into this. I'm trying to give you an analogy. Bill Hader is basically Jim Carrey and Steve Martin put together. Something kind of like that. Maybe Kevin Nealon, with Kevin Nealon thrown in there. Okay, but he's still Bill Hader and he's still a fucking genius. He still can literally sit there and make anyone laugh, immediately turning into John Malkovich. No, you sound exactly like this. I can't even do it. It's so fucking funny. And he doesn't even care. He took a back seat in Tropic Thunder. You knew he was in Tropic Thunder, right? He was the other guy in The Office with Lex Grossman. Tom Cruise, by the way. You know, you knew he took a back seat for that. And so, some of that stuff, I think, were his lines that he was writing in there, here and there. Not necessarily him, but for other people. I think he had some interjection, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I love them. We all know I love Tropic Thunder. But anyway, let's get into why this relates to what I'm going to talk about today. So I don't get too off topic about movies, and then we start talking about freaking movies for 2 hours instead of what we're supposed to talk about. How's that sound? Alright. So again, the FBI is the lead agency for investigating foreign intelligence threats and terrorism. Yeah, you guys all know I'm being harassed regularly. I don't have to prove that any longer. You know it's happening. Okay. Look, we all know that this is happening. Like, it's not even just, like, we all know it's happening. Like, obviously. It's going on. You know what I mean? Like, people are getting hacked. For Christ's sake, Trump got hacked. Okay? Like, you think they're gonna tell you if he got hacked? If Kash Patel got locked out of his computer because he doesn't know how to use a password reset. Trump got hacked. This guy's literally the fucking lead. Why are my likes coming off the stream? Oh, we're at 7 likes and now we're down to 4. I'm bringing it up. Don't worry. I didn't get distracted. We're going over this. Don't worry. All right, here we go. I truthfully believe, and again, I've said this many times, but police are voting for Trump. And a lot of them are incriminating people, and they're the criminals. They're hiding behind a badge, pretending to be a good person. And they're just incriminating people, lying, making shit up. Because a cop can lie, but you can't lie to a cop in this country. So for all those watching in other countries, if you come here, a cop can lie to you about anything they want. I want you to realize that. If you come to this country, you gotta be concerned about that. A cop can just make some shit up. And then thus cause you, and this is why you have the right to remain silent as a citizen. Because this is built into that, knowing that cops will abuse this. People will abuse this. Hence why we have an amendment that's written in there that says you have the right to remain silent. That's why. Because the cops going to do whatever the fuck they want. So, here is a body cam. Now, you guys can go watch this. I'm not going to react to it. But this is a body cam from February 27th, 2025. It's not all that long ago. And these are some very Trump voting looking motherfuckers with gigantic American flags across their cruisers. They have American flags all across the sides of their fucking cruisers. So they represent America. And these very white entitled motherfuckers walked up on a black man, and the entire time this cop is lying and trying to arrest the wrong person on purpose. And I swear to God, through this entire thing, you can look at it yourself, through this entire thing, I swear, he is literally, here it is, he is literally lying to the guy and saying, and the whole time he's sort of admitting, oh, but it's so close. His birthday is very close to the guy, the warrant that I'm trying to serve. Oh, but it's so close. They're different fucking people. This racist cop is like, oh, but it's so close. What? He's a different person! That guy right there did nothing. This is an image of the cop taking the cuffs off. That is the image of the cops taking the cuffs off. And I swear to God, he's saying lawsuit the whole time, and he's right. And then he gets to the point where they're all giving them their badge numbers, and it's bad. It's bad. So Sarge realizes what's happened. He's like, y'all need to take the cuffs off and cease contact. Like, he didn't do his job initially. None of them did. And now it's really fucking bad, where he's figuring out this cop has now lied to his superior officer, lied to everybody. This is not the guy that they're trying to serve the warrant to. It's a different guy. And he doesn't even look like this guy. He's trying to say it does. Like, the dude is black and has short hair. So therefore, he's literally lying about all of the information and stuff like that. He can clearly he already admitted that he ran his tags at the start of this, and he knew it wasn't the guy. It's so close. It's so close. This is what you have to realize what cops are doing. It's so close. And then they arrest you and search your shit. They hope they find something in that time. That's incrimination. You just intend to incriminate too. So, again, they don't even look alike. The guy they were looking for has a giant scar in his fucking face. This dude looks fine. And he doesn't even look like the dude. The other dude looks, yeah, unhealthy, thin, scar. Very much the script you'd imagine. This guy, no. Just seemingly healthy looking individual minding his own business. And because he happened to be black. It's not right. This is what's going on. And you guys don't see it. You really, really don't. Too many people frame this way or that way. That's why we, like, yes, racism is inherently bullying at the end of the day. I've said this. But we label it as this because it's a problem. So that way you can identify the problem. That's all. No, don't inherently become racist back. Don't hate white cops and stuff like that. Try not to. So the gentleman was calling them assholes and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, I understand. I do it too on the stream here. I get heated watching this stuff. It really ticks me off. So I understand. But doesn't make it, like, I'm not in the right. He's not in the right to do that either. So, yeah, lawsuit, I agree. You can even state that to help them understand that they shouldn't be doing this. But, and listen, I want to remind you guys, there's no stop and ID issue here. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how there's no probable cause whatsoever. Stop and ID uses probable cause justifications. You have to there's an amendment in the Constitution that states you cannot, no unlawful seizures, you have the right to walk without seizure. And so unless, again, most of these laws where you have stop and ID, it's written with that in mind, that the idea is that the officer must have probable cause to detain you until you ID. Not arrest, detainment. Now, he has to ID you. He can't sit here and be like, well, you're not helping, you don't have ID, that's your problem. No, asshole! You got a database! Go back to your cruiser and use the information. If he gives you false information, there you go. Now you have something. He lied to a cop. But you're an asshole if you're doing anything else. You didn't help the guy. You're clearly trying to not help the guy. Use the David. He didn't use it. And then when he finally did, right in front of his superior, that's when it happened. Yeah. They have a system. They can use it. And they're all taking pictures of his face and stuff when he's recording them. What the hell? These triggered cops become more triggered instead of doing their jobs. Stop this. Hold each other accountable. You're still a cop. Other cops are acting like criminals. Film them. Note their behavior. Separate yourself from the situation. Do you know why? Can I be honest with you? Do you know why? I'm going to be honest with you. The CIA knows why. They should. But you cops, you don't think like this. You're not trained to talk to. I'm going to tell you why. And this is what Kashi Patel needs to be realizing. He don't care. He's probably trying to cause this, actually. That's probably what he's trying to do. I'm just letting you know. Because they're supposed to be This is why, okay? I'm going to tell you. Ready? Terrorism happens when this goes on because of what I already explained. The scammer watches and looks for vulnerabilities in the system. This is it. All that it takes is for enough of this to go on and a scammer to scope out the area and get this to happen. Now all of the cops are distracted with this guy. And then they just come up with a team and take them all out. That's terrorism. They're going to start doing this. That's what they're going to do. You're going to be distracted, and they're going to come in with a team, and they're going to take you all out. And that's what they're going to do. And they're going to... This is literally how terrorism functions. It's literally how Taliban's work. It's literally why... this is the point. You don't do this stupid shit. Why are we removing likes from the stream and pretending like you're not doing that on your end? Again, we've seen this a million times. Oh, we're at 14 likes and now we're at 8. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all these different people that put their likes on the stream, we're all removing them. No, trash tube, it's you. Working with the FBI. Oh, 6 to 4 likes. Bet you it goes down to 0. Come on. Absurd. Any moron knows this. They can realize this and just sort of figure it out. Why do you think all these people are sitting here and they're like, I'm trying to talk to you about you in college and stuff, or bring you up at my school and stuff? Because YouTube and the FBI are fully aware that I'm educating a lot of people, and I say stuff that other people are like, oh shit, if you just think about it like that, it's a lot simpler. Why is everybody trying to complicate this? That's actually really smart. Yeah, exactly. Everybody's trying to complicate things to make you dumber. It's not all that hard to figure out. It's really not. And then I say it, and it's almost insulting to those that are this swayed by the propaganda, that are that involved in their own MAGA agenda. You're trained to hate people that call you dumb, because you're dumb. If you weren't dumb, you wouldn't hate it. I wear a shirt that says idiot. I do that on purpose. I want you guys to understand I can do it. I don't care. I don't have any holds on somebody calling me a moron. If I'm a moron, I'll own up to it. Watch House, for Christ's sake. Watch House MD, for Christ's sake. That guy calls everybody a moron. And they're very smart people. They're doctors. And he knows they're not idiots. But he's so much smarter than they are that they're fucking idiots to him. He rationalized that sometimes this just happens in society. People think above the manipulations, and then the rest of society is way down here, and the people that are just above it, that doesn't affect them, just skyrocket. And the divide is insane. You're just like, oh wow, that person's so smart. Not really. You're just not accepting new information. And it's systemic, it's built in. Carl Jung? Is that his name? Carl Jung. Look him up. A lot of what I say is age-old shit. It's not even me. It's stuff that other smart people also. He's a Swiss psychiatrist, right? Carl Jung, right? Carl, isn't that his name? Yeah, Carl Jung. He's a Swiss psychiatrist, psychotherapist that figured out a lot about psychology and patterns. And Carl Jung. Let me ask you a question. I know this sounds crazy, and I don't want to talk about this subject too much. But why do you think that the CIA and the government was experimenting with, like, MK Ultra and stuff like that? Why do you think that, like, we already know this was happening, so don't pretend like it wasn't. Why do you think they were actually doing it? Well, because there was valid, credible information from real professionals that thought about this for a really long time. Like lifelong time. And lots of research. It's not just one person. That's why. So, somewhere along the way, somebody is brainwashing these cops to hate drugs just to clean up the streets. Stop calling everything a fucking gateway drug just because you want an excuse to hate it. A gateway drug's no more a gateway than somebody's addicted to something. Okay? The person's addicted to something and you try to take it away, I promise you they're going to try to get addicted to something else. Or that thing 20 times more because you took it away. It has nothing to do with the drug. And everything to do with what's going on. So stop your war on drugs. The point is, stop your war on drugs and pretending like we haven't figured this out already. It's stupid. It's age-old. It's manipulative. We know this. Counterintelligence knows this. It's to fool the dumbasses that don't. There's no war on drugs. We already know the answer to this. You don't declare war on it. It just makes people dumber. And cops do shit like this. In mass quantities. This is what happened before. The statistics are repeating themselves. In mass quantity, cops are just doing this for the oh, it's a gateway. Or, what else has he got? Fuck do you care? If somebody completely destroys, blowing out of their mind with drugs or... Who the hell cares? What do you care if they're an adult? Oh, it's messing up the streets and making the street... Okay, then trash cleanup. How about clean up the streets then? Do your fucking jobs. And then you got content creators actually filming it, making content off of it. They don't understand it. They don't know what the fuck they're looking at. They're just like, oh yeah, I want to call out the drug problem, all while filming it and just making, basically just anybody that never touches that stuff, they're going to be like, oh, there's needles on the ground. Oh! What do you think that like a hole in the ozone layer is going to open up right over top of the city where the needles are? Is that what you think? I mean, honestly, I don't do anything about it, but like, what the fuck are you doing? Why do you freak out about such stupid things? It's a normal thing, not to, like this has been going on how long? And you just freak out about and then you act like, like again, yeah, these people a lot of times they need help, but it's not like they want to do it. You talk to half of them, they're there because they want to be. What the fuck are you? What are you insane? They got problems and they just want to. They want. That's all. You know what I mean? And listen, I'm not sticking up for somebody that wants to do drugs, but like we're talking about adults here. We're not talking about the teenagers and stuff. That is terrible. If it's in the schools, then fucking do something about it. But this is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about on the streets. On the street. Well, it's not in the schools. The moment it is in the schools, everyone's like freaking out like Karens. Okay. Yeah. And then that's when it stops, right? Yeah. So that's normal. There's a process. And you're all freaking out. Oh, there's NATO. No. In one foul swoop of a signature on a budget, a mayor could fix that. Chooses not to. I'm serious. That's... $40,000 to $60,000 in the budget. One time. Now you have to maintain it, but it's initially $40,000 to $60,000, and then you have a retainer to maintain that. That's a little bit less. So it's budgeting, but nobody's doing it. So the 40 to 60 grand is initially, and then you leave a retainer of 20 grand always in the budget to maintain proper cleaning of the streets. It's that simple. If people can't get drugs, they can't get drugs. You know, the FBI is supposed to be doing something about these drug addicts, not the cops. The FBI. The FBI. Cops shouldn't be dealing with this. This is why it's annoying. These guys should be pulling people over. They shouldn't be dealing with all this. There's too much going on. So, I got news for you. It needs reformed. It does. The very moment that it happens, cops no longer deal with drugs and hand it over to the FBI, the local field office. Period. Anything drug related. It needs to be henceforth, and it needs to be on a federal level. Oh, confetti. Oh, confetti. Arkadur. Gee, I wonder why you'd be hitting that. Kash Patel literally has so much to fucking do. And he's chugging beers with the U.S. hockey team. Can I have James Comey back? Can we have James Comey back? I want James Comey back. The guy that Trump is trying to attack and take down, like personally attack, that's the guy I want back, because that's the competent guy. That's why he's attacking him. What do you see going on here? What do you see going on here? What do you see going on with Colbert? What do you see going on with Kimmel? They're funny, competent people, so they're under attack. Obama. Competent presidential legacy. Oh, he's going to steal it. And if he can't steal it, he gets rid of it, tries to bring it back, slaps his name on it. Doesn't work that way. Oh, the Iran deal is so terrible. The Iran deal is so terrible. Let's get rid of it. Now he destroys them. He tries to destroy him. We just surrendered. Tries to destroy him. Oh, but except now they can make weapons. Dumbass. Retard. Because you got rid of the fucking deal that Obama had in place. That genius deal that said they couldn't make weapons. Yeah, they were celebrating when Trump got rid of that. And then he tries to bring it... Are you stupid? You are dumb. You are fucking dumb. I mean, blatantly, I would question mental capacity. That decision, nobody. Not fucking George H.W. Even George H.W. Bush wouldn't have got... George H.W. would be like, this is the single greatest fucking piece of legislation I've ever seen. He would have been like, what the fuck? How the hell did you do that? Because George H.W., he had a tough job. He actually tried to get fucking shit done and everybody hated him for it. It's just the deal. You try to get shit done, people hate you for it because you lay the law down. Trump doesn't do it. He's trying to make everybody happy, but nah, you know what? Now he's just gonna sit there and let his criminals be happy. That's it. And if they don't do a good enough job, like, you know, again, Pam Bondi, who literally is just a drug addict. You don't do a good enough job lying for Trump, you get fired. I already told you. This is what he did the first time around. What are you all, a bunch of retards? You got Alzheimer's? I told you. He did it the first time around. He literally did it the first time around. Oh, let's hire a bunch of criminals. We're gonna tap the CFO of ExxonMobil, the Russian oil company, and he's gonna be Secretary of State. Durr, durkity durr, or whatever the fuck important position he is, Secretary of Defense or something like that. That would have been even worse, right? And then literally this fucking, like, literally his whole cabinet's just fucking retarded criminal people like this. And then eventually they start doing retarded criminal things, and they all get fired after they do really, really terrible things that fuck up the government and take advantage of people. Real people like you and me. And Biden comes in, barely manages to sort of get things back on track because he's so fucking experienced. Thank God for Biden. And then y'all forced him out and brought the same retard back in office that fucked it up the first time. And you went, boy, this seemed like a good idea. And now we have a war we can't pay for. No new wars. Literally all he did since he's been in office. He's been to war with the American people, at war with social media, at war with U.S. companies and companies abroad. Everybody's suing the fucking shit out of him. Donald Trump single-handedly has thousands of lawsuits pending against him. Thousands. Not just here. This is what happened the first time, before he became president the first time. And then he hid behind the presidency. Now he's just done it to the presidency. Everybody hates us because you're all a bunch of retards that did this. You allowed a criminal to just do whatever the fuck they want. They don't want anything to do with you, or us, or me, or any of us. We were quite frankly getting the better deal before Trump. Quite frankly, we were. Always. We were shafting them for decades, man. This was decades. And a lot of that was the Clintons. Us actually shafting other countries, believe it or not, giving you the deal, was actually the Clintons. And you're all so stupid you believe the propaganda that flipped it on its head. It's literally that fucking dumb, and you just believed it. Duh! It's like the assholes that had nothing better to say about Hillary. They just came in my chat and went, "I'm not voting for a woman!" Okay. Why? 'Cause she's sane and puts you in your place? I don't understand. What? Why? Just woman? Just that. Do y'all do that with your bands too? Do y'all hate on like a band or something just because they get like a is that what y'all do? What the fuck is wrong with you? There's something wrong with you if you're doing that. Genuinely. So what, the lady can't... The lady can't do it just as well as the guy? But different? Just in her own way? Why? 'Cause men did it first? Yep. Can't get that out of your head. You can't remember how it's always felt. You can't forget, I'm sorry, how it's always felt. You have to always have it this way. Because you're scared. Men are scared. It's not because you're brawny, tough men. You're scared. Russia's scared of letting a woman be president. Promise you that. Do you know why? Because in other countries, they actually make it illegal. And try to push that it's like religious things and stuff. It would undo everything overnight in those countries. It would liberate so many countries if they just saw the leading nation elect a female leader. Not a little country doing some democracy and stuff. No. The United States. I know, confetti. I know, confetti. Oh, I know. You really want to throw some shade on that comment, confetti. But it would. Because in countries like North Korea, you know, Kim Jong-un, he doesn't take shits. He is, they believe he does, you know, like things like that. You know, I mean, like that's the extreme. Obviously they're starting to realize that, but like, they do think of him as a god and infallible. And they, like, he is able to lie to them and make them think that they're the world power. Like, we could smack all of it would actually be easier to smack North Korea than Iran. Iran is actually tougher than North Korea. I mean, I knew that because they're the fucking Persians. You gotta be one fucking retard. Like, some special retard to not remember who they are in history. But, whatever. Anyway, regardless, we could smack I mean, like, these people, again, I'm not putting anything on their intelligence, but they are held back from finding information out. They're just dumb. And they're small. The evolution has not happened for them. They have been held back. They are like half the size and South Korean, just compare them. You can see it. There's tall and people and more developed people in South Korea. They're larger. They have bigger jaw lines, and again, some of them are pushing like 6 foot now, 6'2", 6'3", and stuff like that. And over in North Korea, I mean, seriously, they're still in like the 5'7" range, 5'8", and they're hungry. They don't have enough to feed their people. because it all goes to Kim Jong-un for his precious car collection and his cheeses and his wines that cost $23,000 a bottle, and then he buys 12 cases of them. You really think that Trump, no, again, it's that. He's already building a fucking ballroom. It wasn't approved. And you're losing healthcare for it. Yeah. Well, just slash healthcare. We'll just slash, that's what he did. He literally just slashed healthcare and went, well, there we go. Ballroom taken care of. Yeah, like they just shut down the government again and went, well, let's just watch another bunch of shitload of money go missing and the ballroom will be built. That's literally all that happened. People are reporting on it. Like, all you gotta do is pay attention. All you gotta do is pay attention. And stop paying attention to everything that you want to agree with. I don't always agree with the Democrats on everything. I already sat here on stream yesterday telling you Obama and I can agree to disagree on whether or not you eat ketchup over a certain age. I don't give a shit. That man's not going to tell me whether I can eat freaking ketchup or not. But he is one smart dude, I will tell you that. He is freaking smart. So I'll listen to his opinions about politics and law and what to do there. But he gonna tell me not to put ketchup on my hot dog? No. I'm just gonna say, okay. Well, you do you, man, and I'll do me. That's okay. We can agree to disagree about that. And this is how we get along. I want to remind you that Obama was the guy that when an elderly Trump supporter had a sign, and when Obama was running again, and people were giving the guy a hard time, and he was an elderly veteran. He was dressed and everything. He had a Trump sign. And people were giving him a hard time. They were. And Obama had to, like, stop everybody's like, hey. And he, like, stopped. He's like, stop it. He called them all out. He said, now that guy is supporting his candidate. He has a right to do that. And he stopped them. He said, first of all, the gentleman is an elderly man. So we got to respect our elderly. Then, secondly, he's a veteran. We gotta respect that. Third, and he said, don't boo, vote. Don't boo, vote. He has a right to say what he wants to say. Stop this. This is the issue. And then the point is, Trump is the biggest one of them all that does that. That forces his opinion. Where just like those other people were getting distracted, and Obama had to stop them. Even his own voters. It's the same as what you're all doing, okay? That is what you're all doing. Is what those people were doing right there. Except it's everybody now. You're all getting distracted because you've had a bad president for too long. He's distracting you. He wants that exact thing to just constantly happen. Would Trump have ever said any of those things? Would Trump have been that respectful? Or would he have riled up the crowd and tried to get the guy thrown out? Which is exactly what he has done. He has done that. And in contrast, before all that nonsense started, you can see how all it took was the President of the United States to tell everybody to calm down, and they listened. People don't have that respect for it anymore. Obama, they do. He still holds that respect. But I think whoever comes next, doesn't matter who it is, they're going to bear the weight just like Biden did. And no matter how good they are, you're going to endlessly blame them for everything Trump is doing here. Because you're not blaming him. You're not. You're going to blame the guy that comes after. That's all you're going to do. The cycle repeats itself. He's not going to come in and be able to do the job. He's going to come in, you're going to sit here and you're going to blame him for the fucking shit. Just like you did with Biden. Trump did that shit. Biden came in and barely fixed it. And you didn't even give it a chance. You just voted for Trump again. And so it happened all over. And it got way worse. This is Biff from Back to the Future. Except worse. There ain't no Marty McFly that's going to show up and make him feel bad because there's some alternate reality where Biff is married to his mom. That's not going to happen. You know, he's not going to have some sort of soft spot now all of a sudden. No. It's going to be... No. This ain't a movie. The reality is this guy hasn't released the thing he promised to release, that he was court ordered to do so. That is literally the worst of the worst of the worst of crimes. And this is the guy running things. Come on. There's a reason they keep talking about that so much. I mean, come on. Where could you see? I mean, like real people affected by what he did so regularly. I mean, that's a this guy's the president. Come on, stop this. That's not the president of anything. He's fired. He's removed. It's a scandal. Did you even watch the deposition video? He sits there and confirms all this information about himself, about all these things. And then as soon as it gets to the Epstein stuff, I'm not, just literally not gonna, like, literally played in the fifth. Every time. Like, what? Like, alright, there's a difference between this situation I'm talking about here. A bunch of cops trying to incriminate somebody. And an investigation involving an island with a shitload of evidence and a bunch of people and all this fucking stuff. There's a difference. Okay, somebody pleading the fifth because they don't want a bunch of retarded cops incriminating them, lying because cops can lie, but people can't. That's different. That's pleading the fifth because you don't want an asshole to make a story up about you, just to sit here and lie, to incriminate you, just to say something that could have possibly been the case they didn't even prove. Yet Trump pleads the fifth after this entire investigation, all this shit. Everything's coming out. They're just asking for confirmations of things, and left and right, after the deposition of confirming all this information about himself, knowing all these things, all this shit, he's giving all this information. But as soon as Epstein, not going to answer that, 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 not going to, like, every fucking question. Thanks for joining. Come on. So, guys, I'm not trying to be, rage-inducing or anything. You don't have to be all rageful, but it's definitely time to fight back and stand up. Otherwise, history repeats itself, and we have to have another civil war all over again just to stick up for people's rights. We shouldn't have to do that. We've done it already. We don't need to do this. It's completely unnecessary. People need to, a whole generation of people don't need to die just because one man was irresponsible. That's what all this is. It's not even Vance at this point. Even Vance at certain points is like, all right. You know what I mean? Like, you see, even that's the way it was with Pence too. Remember, we were worried about Pence, and then even he came out of the woodwork a lot more seemingly fucking normal than Trump was. That's pretty nuts, isn't it? Well, that's the point. Trump ruined all these Republicans' names. This is what he does. Oh, there's my bit rate. There you go. As soon as I mentioned Pence, there it is. So you have your answer. There's Republicans sitting here using real things to attack free speech on social media because people are speaking out about the Trump administration. There it is. I said Mike Pence. I said Pence. There it was. So nobody believes this is Pence. I don't believe, nobody's going to believe that. I'm not going to sit here and immediately attack Mike Pence. It's just like when I mentioned Mitch McConnell and how fucking disgusting that piece of trash is. And how he's been eroding our government since forever. I mean, it's the same thing. See how malicious it is? So I will be calling my lawyer here in a minute. I will have to get up and do that now, unfortunately. To properly get this across to him and document that this was happening. But you see it here. I mean, this is an attack on my stream because I'm literally talking. I'm exercising my free speech. Talking. I literally mentioned Mike Pence. And I said nothing untrue either. Yeah, I mean that's blatantly true. What I said. People thought that. This is true. I know somebody that thought that. That's why I'm saying that. There's the bit rate. There it is. Actually illegally using data. Like, that's my data being illegally connected. That's my data they're using. They're illegally attacking my data to do that. And like, my stuff. This is how disgusting this is. It's the same thing as, like, when somebody has the right to protest on the street and they're just standing there with a sign and the police show up to just literally harass them. I got news for you. It don't matter what the sign says, unless it has hate speech written on it. It don't matter. If they're holding the sign up, it literally doesn't matter what it says unless it's a threat to, like, the president's life or something like that. You know, like a terroristic threat. If it's just free speech, you have no right to show up there and harass that individual. You're just a bunch of cops now harassing somebody for their free speech. They're standing on the side of the road exercising their free speech. And I saw that recently. That's also happening. Cop just got sued. Actually, it's the cop that admitted that he arrests people for flicking them off. That same cop did this. Yeah, he showed up. They all showed up, surrounded an individual that was just standing with a sign on the side of the road. Told him he had to leave. He didn't. The cop took his camera and turned it and faced it away. A very obvious camera there so that they could smack his sign down and, like, do all these things. And so the guy knew he had a right. So what he did was, when they smacked his sign down, he laid on the ground because he was not letting it be easy for them to antagonize and harass him. So he just laid on the ground, and yeah, they remained. They didn't leave or anything. They literally just stood there and tried to figure out every possible way to get this guy, like, arrested at this point. They're, like, harassing him, and he's literally just standing on the side of a road. So here's what happens. A bunch of assholes call the police because they're driving by in cars, and they're assholes and they don't like what the sign says. Doesn't matter. It actually, if anything, the cops should be taking the numbers down of the people calling that want to harass this individual. If anything, they should be looking into the people calling, going, why are these people so easily heated while driving their vehicles on the road? They're worried about what somebody has a sign that's protesting. They need to pay attention to the fucking road instead of being so heated about an individual protesting. And then meanwhile, these cops are so goddamn fucking stupid that they're actually responding to the rage-filled douchebags calling, like, Karens, instead of sticking up for the man's free speech rights. What the hell sci-fi fucking universe do we live in? Protect and serve. But, you know, if it's a fat dude, well, we don't care about that. I promise, if it was like some UFC fighter, real fit dude, mohawk, tattoos, they'd have been like, oh, he's just minding his own business. It's all profiling. Promise. Yeah, you know it's true, though. You know it's true. Stop getting all pissed off and bent out of shape about free speech issues. Stop it. Likewise, you gotta let people be comedians. If somebody wants to say something's fucking gay, let them. It has nothing to do... They're not insulting gay people. If I want to call if I want to call these cops a bunch of fucking faggots for what they did, I'm not trying to insult... Again, I don't call gay people faggots. I don't point and go, gay, faggot. No, like, that's not... That would be hate speech. That's the definition. Okay? That's what you don't do. It's the same with the N-word. Why the fuck do you all sit here and go, don't say a word, because how many racist black people do you think exist? Okay? That's what's really happening. They want to stop you from saying a fucking word. I swear to God, I'm not trying to be a certain way, it's just the truth. There's no difference between me saying that word as a joke, and then you saying, I can't say it, but it's in like all these rap songs that I hear, and it's shoved in my face a lot. But meanwhile, if you remember, way back, you weren't allowed to sit on the bus, and you weren't allowed to use the same water fountain as whites. There's no difference. You're doing the same thing. You're just doing it now with speech. And if anything, that's worse, because this is like... Somebody can just say this. Like, you're really trying to control people like that? Stop it. Now, again, it's still bad. I'm not saying, like, anyone should be better than the other. I'm just saying, from an opinion standpoint, one can consider it worse, because people can just say that, and it's a mistake, you know? Versus like, you know, just like, you know, standing or using something different. It's still terrible. You shouldn't do. I'm just saying an opinion. That's all. So, anyway, the point is, it's wrong. It's all racist shit. One is racist against blacks. One's against whites. It's no difference. Okay. And I already pointed out that all these racist fucking cops. This guy looks nothing like the other guy. That, like, if you see the picture, the dude has a giant scar, and he's black with short hair. That's it. Those are the similarities. The dude that they had a warrant for was also black, and he had short hair. That's it. They may have been close in age, but again, that doesn't mean they look alike, and it's close, so let's arrest him and violate his rights. No. That's probable cause to maybe follow him and wait for him to get out of the car so you can confirm his identity, but you have no right to stand up, walk up to the car, do all that shit. What an ass. So maybe you can't find this other guy, and that car is okay. So then, again, one day when the cop, some other cop is where that car is, and they run it again, and they see him get out, then they can confirm his identity as he gets out. Again, not approaching him, just simply looking at him. Oh, it's clearly not the guy. Or simply just go and get the other guy instead of wasting your time with this individual. Do actual policing instead. But that's the problem. They're not. All these cops that are street cops are trying to do investigations instead of literally just doing traffic stops. And they can't handle it. They are literally getting it wrong all the time. That's it. They're literally trying to become detectives and and they're getting it wrong all the time. They're a bunch of idiots. That's it. So yes, I like what Fred the Paperclip's out here. It's not the word, it's how you use it. Yeah. Is that the word that's the problem? It's how you use it. Yeah. I'm not going to walk into a bunch of I'm not going to walk into a room with some autistic people and be like, oh, look at these retards. I'd be really fucked up. That'd be really fucked up. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Yeah. But I promise you, if I ever walk in a room and Donald Trump is there, I'm going to be like, hey, look at that faggot! Wow! What a retard that motherfucker is! I promise you, I am going to do everything I can to get him to realize what a fucking retard he actually is. I'm going to try. That's it. I just want him to realize how much of a fucking retard he is. That's it. Nobody's ever... Again, nobody did that for him. That's the best thing anybody could do for that man. But nobody's ever done that for him. Everybody's just always been like, oh, yes! Yeah. You! And then they get shit out of him. And he doesn't know how to do anything. I know. Did you see how many likes came off the stream when I said that? Did you see that? On the bitrate. On the bitrate. On the bitrate. Like we're not under attack? Come on. Confetti, I know. Boy, I am just making too much fucking sense, aren't I? We gotta shut him up. He's making too much fucking sense. This stuff's not all that hard. Now again, there is such a thing as political science. And it gets complicated. But you really can't explain it in a way people can understand, and that's what's annoying. They intentionally don't do that. Why is my fucking bitrate shifting around? Right when I say that they could explain it in a way that you can understand. Instead, they make it confusing. Why is it that every public school teacher that I ever tried to ask for my entire life about politics, they literally said, we can't talk about that? Why is that? Why do you threaten the jobs of public school teachers who, again, a student just wants to ask an intelligent adult, not their dumbass parents, about politics? But no! Gee, I wonder. Maybe because the dumbasses are the parents? You have any idea? I know so many fucking people out there that literally they just want to like force, like stuff off the internet and control and shit like that just because they want to claim that their child has these problems and stuff because of this thing. It isn't because they're a shit parent and they didn't figure out life and they had a kid when they were fucking 22, 23 years old. They pumped a kid out. They have barely figured out life, and every single person that has this problem pumped a kid out around that age and is a fucking moron. But you know everything. I promise you, if you look up Carl Jung, and again, you do some fucking research, again, most of you will figure out that life starts around 40 years old, and you'll start realizing that you just figure shit out. You're a complete dumbass. Yeah, and you just exist to be an asshole. Because this is the way society teaches you. And again, it is a problem in society. It's a regular problem. The U.S. is really bad with this. Where you just think you know fucking everything. I promise you, you are not an expert at everything. And in fact, most of the mechanics and stuff, like I've talked about this. Like, people that are professionals in their trade, most of the mechanics that I've known are fucking retards. Literally, they are the dumbest motherfuckers I have ever met. They don't know jack fucking shit about anything except mechanical engineering. Most. Not all. Not all. I'm not saying all. I'm just saying most. And why do I know this? Well, because, you know, again, how hard is it to figure out when you take one car to about 6 to 8 different mechanics, and it's a very simple problem. Now, again, I'm not talking about just this. We're talking about many other things, too. But this is one isolated example. You take the same vehicle to 6 to 8 different mechanics. Roughly. And they claim, sometimes they claim to fix it, sometimes they actually will admit we can't figure it out. I swear to God. And then I go, alright, I'm done with this stupid shit. I'm gonna figure it out. And I swear to God, it takes me less than 15 minutes. And do you know why they couldn't figure it out? Because the problem wasn't mechanical engineering. That's why. And so, like, again, they are this dumb, they can't get even the slightest bit outside their fucking box. Even the smallest, the tiniest outside their box. And do you know what this problem was? Here, it literally did this. I swear to God. Like, my gauges in the car, they literally just, they wouldn't work. And I literally tore apart my dash and took it out. Why is my bit rate shifting around? Do I need to call my lawyer, YouTube? Why are you shifting my bitrate around? I mean, that's your proof right there. You don't need any more proof than that. That's controlling my trending. I know, confetti, 12 likes to 11 likes. Confetti, 12 likes to 11 likes. The very second I start my story. And now the concurrence, halt, 509, halts there. Yeah. Liars. Because they know full well the state governments do this on purpose. They do it on purpose. They fuck up your roads. They have construction. They do this shit to make money off you. That's why they don't like that I tell you this shit. And this state has this problem where they take advantage of it. Why are we removing likes and hitting the confetti button then? Why do we keep throwing stones all over the road and calling it fresh oil and chips? Pretty sure me driving 35 miles an hour down a road with fresh oil and chips, and this is a regular thing, damages vehicles. I don't need any certification to prove that. What are you, stupid? So, I literally just pulled my dash up, took it apart, took the gauge thing out. There's the bit rate again. There it is again. I'm going to call my lawyer. Okay, so I'm supposed to let you know. My lawyer says that if this doesn't continue, or I'm sorry, if this doesn't stop, what he's going to do is he's going to file a lawsuit against the state of Pennsylvania for intentionally disrupting my free speech in the state. If it doesn't stop right this second, I have freedom of speech in Pennsylvania, and he will file a lawsuit if it doesn't stop right this second. That's what he said. So I'm supposed to just tell you that. He says you have free speech in Pennsylvania, and your state representatives are doing this to you. They do not like what you're saying, and they're doing things to disrupt your free speech, exactly like what you're saying is happening to the other gentleman who got his sign smacked down on the road and stuff like that. It's the same thing. They're using resources and police to do this. They're actually using police to do it, too. That's why they're, like, following me around and shit. So if he says it doesn't stop now, he's just going to file a lawsuit against the state of Pennsylvania for disrupting freedom of speech as a First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America. Continue doing it, he says. Keep doing it. He wants to file it. He says he wants to. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I will. Okay, so he says to finish my story with him on the phone here. So basically, what happened was I just pulled my dash apart, and I took the component out with like the gauges on it, because you just take that out. It just goes into a socket. And I literally I flipped it over, and one of the, like, there's two different sockets. The two different sockets have like 6 or 9 pins or something like that. One of the pins was very obviously pushed in. So I got a soldering gun out and literally held the soldering gun to it and just pulled it out a little bit, put it back in, and instantly it was fixed. That's how I know that fucking mechanics are stupid as shit! Okay? That's what I was gonna say. And they're trying to disrupt that. That's how fucking dumb people are in this country. Mechanics. Regular. 6 to 8 different fucking mechanics in Pennsylvania, where you would expect it to be, you know, we got farmers, tractors, these guys work on farms, grow up, rebuilding engines and shit. You'd think they'd know this shit. No, they're a bunch of fucking retards. I swear to God, even the guys I grew up with. that like think they know everything. You know, you might go to job here and there and meet some guys that know about cars. Even these guys are fucking stupid as hell. I swear to God. Like those they're like, oh, just zip tie everything and that it's good, you know, and like they don't know anything. Now zip ties are great, no, but like again, that's temporary, okay? And not only that, but like most of the time these guys will do the dumbest fucking thing with their car and think it's okay. And it's like a huge safety risk. And then they're arguing with the mechanic. And then so like then there's that too. And so it just causes this rift where there's a bunch of retards that think they know about cars, and then meanwhile it's the same thing with politics. It's literally just these people do this with politics, where a bunch of retards that think they know what they're doing and want to pretend like they know what they're doing don't. They never had an education. They grew up on farms and learned this. It's not proper education. They're a bunch of retards. So the moment you come along with your correct information, they're like, nah, it's this. And then they're just wrong. So the whole point is that story is a real story that actually happened to a vehicle that I had a long time. This was my first vehicle. Okay, and this is still a problem. We're talking like, I don't even know, like 2006 maybe? Like, this is a long ass fucking time ago, and it's still going on. Yeah, 6 to 8 different mechanics couldn't pull out the gauges to flip them over and literally look that there was a socket pin pushed in. Durr! Durr! So yeah. Hacker for hire says, can you... This person that's a hacker, claiming to be a hacker, typing in my stream for hire, says, can you put your lawyer on the phone? That created his channel in just the end of 2025. Yep. You have been subscribed to my channel for 4 weeks just to tell me to put my lawyer on the phone. How about go fuck yourself? How about that? How about you're probably one of the retards doing this? Did you see that? You know, I think it's hilarious how, first of all, it stopped when my lawyer literally got on the phone and threatened to sue the state for free speech issues. I think that's hilarious. Don't you? I think that's absolutely fucking hilarious. Yep. Shows a lot, doesn't it? Shows a lot about what's going on, doesn't it? Imagine actually manipulating a platform, fucking around with people. All this just to try to incriminate somebody. And again, it is incrimination because, I mean, clearly they're just fucking around with shit for defamation. This impersonation scammer's on here. I've already reported this asshole to state police, to FBI, to YouTube. And meanwhile, as my lawyer is on the phone threatening to sue the state for freedom of speech issues, this very thing stops the bullshit dead in its fucking tracks. Oh, wow! What? Oh, it's just wow! And then while stopping it dead in its tracks, you see likes coming off, the scammer hitting the fucking confetti button as fast as they possibly can. Oh yeah, it's totally not a bunch of fucking triggered representatives not doing their jobs and getting away with incriminating and lying on official documents to throw people in jail. Yep, that's all it is. Because they made some shit up to throw somebody in jail. That's what it is. And then meanwhile sat here and doxed their information in my chat, all while trying to look like the other way around. Literally. Literally. That disgusting. They did that. They did it. Illegally. They kidnapped somebody, threw them in jail, lied on court documents, used lawyers, lied to a jury, used these good people, made some shit up, got them to believe it, and then when it's all said and done, here they are, trying to work the next one. And I'm sitting here calling it left and right. Bitrate shifting around, oh man. Doxing real information in the chat and all over the platform, and then conveniently these same authorities that should do something about a citizen being stalked, doxed, and harassed, conveniently are not. And every single goddamn fucking time I drive through Morgantown, Pennsylvania, every single traffic light fucking camera is looking for my face. And I know that because my goddamn cell phone doesn't even fucking work. Nothing works. None of my devices work when I'm driving through Morgantown, Pennsylvania. Because Morgantown, Pennsylvania uses AI spying technology. That's right. Do you know why? Because Hollywood Casino opened right off the fucking turnpike. And the FBI, instead of doing their jobs, are allowing the police to just illegally scan your faces as you're driving through traffic lights. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, again, this really pisses them off when I do this. I'm gonna let you know a little secret. This really pisses them off. They get super pissed when you drive through town with sunglasses and a sun visor. Boy, are they gonna stop you at every fucking light when you do that. I'm just letting you know, if you drive through Morgantown, Pennsylvania with some sunglasses and your sun visor, damn, are they gonna stop you at every light. They're trying to zoom in on that fucking registration. They're trying to read your VIN number. They're trying to do all kinds of fucking... They're gonna sit there and just stop you at every fucking light. Just because you got sunglasses and you're using your sun visor. Completely normal things to do on a bright sunny day. But, you know, suspicious behavior. And never mind their suspicious behavior, how they're just violating your rights and they are all criminals, showing how criminal they are, looking for reasons to incriminate the people, calling them out on their crimes. It's just blatantly obvious. Ridiculous. Never mind all the times that I was here live on stream showing you that blatantly the police in this area would show up and suddenly like act a certain way and stuff like that right after I'm flipping out on stream about something. I've shown you this. You know, like, I mean, like, how many times am I gonna prove that like, I'm driving down the road, minding my own business, you know, like listening to music or something like that, and somebody else actually weird, almost like somebody's just making some shit up somewhere. Remember that lady I told you about? And I showed you that reaction too? Literally, she pulled out in front of me. I was like listening to my music. I was probably like drumming on the steering wheel a little bit even. You know, like I was just like minding my own business. And I'm actually like really far from her. Like she's not like driving slow where I gotta like keep slowing down or anything. So like I'm actually I can keep distance and stuff. And out of nowhere, this fucking weirdo just aggressively pulls over and rolls out her window just enough to flick me off as I'm driving past. And I showed you guys this. I'm like, what the hell? I was like, I think I was listening to Disturbed or something like that. Like, I'm just listening to music, minding my own business, and this lady's fucking freaking out. So I'm the one being targeted, and meanwhile all these people are acting fucking weird, and I'm showing it, and none of these, like, you know what I mean, like nothing, it just gets worse. Do you see? The point is, normal people are being targeted so that way this happens, and you know, it riles them up to trigger them to be a certain way. You know, like it's just a harassment thing where they know if they regularly harass people, they'll react to it. So, you know, it's the same thing with this cop where he didn't have any reason to grab this guy. He clearly knew the guy wasn't the guy. He's just lying the whole time. Why did I watch my desktop refresh just now? Almost 2 hours into the stream, and we clearly had all this bullshit going on, and now the viewership's locked. Like, just exactly 26 views. You know, they're sitting, you know, again, they were maliciously shifting that bit rate around earlier. But now, again, right when the viewership's completely locked, no more viewers, halt it. It's not moving around. Right then, I watch my desktop randomly refresh. Why? Why? Because you're attacking my browser for the same reason that you're disabling VPNs? You don't have any probable cause or reason to do so. You're just illegally doing it. So that any bad actor can sit here and attack us, including you. That includes you. Authorities without probable cause. You are criminals and bad actors. That's literally what you are. You are scammers. Confetti. The very second. Confetti. The very second. Why? Do you feel some type of way? Oh, that's right, you don't. Which is what the officers said in this video, too. Remember? When the gentleman in the video was saying, I'll bet you feel some type of way about this now, don't you? And he said, nope. It literally admitting that he doesn't care that he was racist. Blatantly racist and in the wrong. The cop is admitting he does not care. Said no. He's like, I bet you feel bad about this and all that now. But no. He said no. Nope. He does not. Oh. Interesting. And he admits many times, oh, it's close. Oh, boy, it's close. Boy, we almost got him. The guy didn't do anything. He's not a criminal. It's an innocent individual minding his own business. Oh, we almost got him. For what? What the fuck is the wrong? What is the matter with you? Do you want citizens to start doing that to you? Because that's what's happening. The point is, citizens are starting to do that to the cops now. So stop. Don't give them a reason. Because that's all I'm gonna do too. I'm fucking pissed. What is this? My tax dollars go to this? Every time my goddamn paycheck was ripped of taxes, it went to these assholes? Just for them to lie about the person you care most about and throw them in jail? So that way, you know, they can sit here and have some sort of way of attacking you? Yes. Actually sitting here using illegal means, and I even pointed out the fact that the very person they illegally put in jail, lied about all this stuff, is conveniently the person that the impersonation scammer was impersonating on Steam. The very one and the same. First full, middle, and last name, 2 different times. And masquerading all over Steam as this person's real name. Conveniently this person, and I want to remind you, while the trial was going on, the day the trial was going on, the impersonation scammer was in my chat doxing personal private information of the entire family involved, except the scammers that were lying. The victims that were just lying. Admitted they lied too. And then were threatened to be arrested after they took it back. Confetti. 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 Ha ha. Ha ha. What did I say that was funny? What did I say that was funny? What about this is hilarious? You think that's funny? It's hilarious to wrongfully incriminate somebody and throw them in jail? That's hilarious. This person's admitting to that. This scammer. So there you go. That's what the cops do here. That's what the state authorities do here. Pennsylvania. The swing state that decided the last election. And by the way, I want to remind you that several elections ago in Florida did the same thing. It's a scam. All they do is the power goes out or something like that, the lights go off, When it comes back, suddenly they switch to the other guy. Yeah. And MPA, they're so goddamn stupid, they're like, let's do that. As soon as they heard about that type of scam, they're like, oh, wow. Wow, let's scam it for Trump. That's what Pennsylvania's doing. It's the truth. Why do you think Fetterman was able to get through our system? That guy's an asshole that literally used and milked the system to vote opposite of anything Democrats would vote for. He's not a Democrat. And no way, absolutely whatsoever, did he represent the Democrats ever. This guy wore hoodies, shorts, said nothing to represent the Democratic Party, very blatantly was MAGA. Everyone knew it too. And then last minute, the government shutdown bullshit, he was one of the no votes that they needed, that voted the other way, conveniently, and then he retired after one run. Oh, wow! Oh, wow! Yeah, we're not planting people in the government to milk the system. Totally, Pennsylvania is totally not doing that. Totally. And then you wonder what Dave McCormick is doing. Again, I've pointed out the fact that guy doesn't do anything. He just says, well, we're ramping up to do this, and then he just never does anything. Gets all this money. What the fuck's he done? I have seen endless construction projects started and not finished. I pointed out the fact that if you drive 222 into Lancaster, in this area, they'll never fix it. They'll just rip it up just to leave it how it is. It's bad. I told you that years ago, remember? I said they're not going to finish it. It's still like the cattle chutes, the bad roads. I don't even drive up there anymore. Yeah, because it'll just fuck up my car. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. There it is. And every single time, almost every single time, that I've had some sort of repair, I can deduce it came back to fucking road failures. The goddamn Walmart parking lot a while back, where literally there's a hole in their parking lot, and I need to get exhaust work done just because I drive over a hole in their parking lot that I don't see because it's fucking raining and filled with water. This shouldn't be my fault. And likewise, shouldn't even be there to begin with. Same Walmart, by the way, where 3 fucking employees didn't take my complaint. Same one. Same Walmart where I asked for a manager and the lady went, no. I swear to God, I asked for a manager and I said, are you actually refusing to get a manager for me? And she said, yes. I swear to God. The one and the same. Actually did that. That was when I flagged down security, and I was pretty ticked. Yeah. And the security guard didn't even work for Walmart. It was one of the last times I went to Walmart. I don't go to Walmart anymore. Fuck Walmart. That's what they do with all their money. Hire stupid fucking people that stand there and do nothing all day. And then never fix the parking lot. It's just the truth. It's only gotten worse. It's always been that way, but it's just been getting worse. Yeah, there was always good people that would come in and do their jobs and be like, well, I'm going to push back You don't want to deal with it anymore. Not in the Trump's America. They wake up every day thinking, I barely got the courage to stand. Fuck all of you. Literally, that's it. Because all these dumbass voters that voted for him, they never tried. They're the same stupid assholes that you always see taking advantage. They're always the assholes driving too fast, swerving around all over the place on the road, illegally passing you with a Trump sticker on the back of their huge pickup truck that can kill somebody. Car can't kill somebody. A pickup truck easily will kill somebody, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. As long as you got your seatbelt on. That thing's a goddamn tank. Yep. You wonder why people are scared to go out. Because we have these dumbasses that are claiming that people are too woke. Oh, you're going to outlaw my truck next. Nope. I'm just going to regulate it. It needs to be a certain size. Doesn't even fit on the fucking road anymore. It don't need to be that big, you stupid asshole. I want you to compare the dimensions to a 1990s Ford pickup to today's F-150. Compare the dimensions and size. It's like 3 of them. Compare it. You don't need that. And remember, they struggled. They sucked. But we all loved them. They ran forever. They struggled. They sucked. The engines needed work. But then they got through that. Now, you put that giant engine in what it used to be. Holy shit, that thing's gonna perform. And the problem is you're slapping it in this gigantic tank. So, bigger tires, bigger parts, more stuff to break. It's just bigger, bigger, bigger without a regulation, and then it makes things worse. All you want is bigger toys. You don't understand that you're a goddamn child. Now, I'm not talking... Listen, some things can be like that. Okay? But it's completely unnecessary for people to need these super duty trucks. Whenever I see that, you know, like that thing written on the front of the, like I can't roll my eyes hard enough. Like, you just needed it because, you know, it's the same assholes that were putting bottle rockets up their nose. And you know, doing this, and everybody on the internet's calling them a bunch of fucking retards, okay? And every year, 4th of July happens, we just know who the fucking fuckheads are that are gonna vote Republican just, you know, because. Okay? You're literally dumb. That's how we know. Because you do that stupid shit. Nobody else is doing it, not normal people. You literally are labeling yourselves terrorists, hooligans, criminals, stupid people that want to do these dumb things just because. Blatantly harming yourselves. Okay, so you think it's funny to stick a bottle rocket in your nose and light it, and people are woke if they don't want to deal with this. They don't want to go down that type of path that you go down, so thus they're woke. No! People are just smart and don't want to fucking sit there and burn themselves and literally just would rather do smart things with their time instead of, again, what the hell you do. So, again, you can do that stuff, but you don't do it on the road. Like, you want to fucking drive like that? Go get a go-kart or a race car, put it on a trailer, and drive it to the fucking track. Go get a Jeep or something like that. Go mudding. But don't get a giant Super Duty truck just because you want one. No, you don't need it. Just because, again, you want to be intimidating on the road because you know people get the fuck out of your way when they see this giant truck hauling ass down the road in their rear view. You know that. You know that. You know it's psychological. You do this with everything. It's what you do to your wives, too. Half of them might like it. That's part of the problem. It's a superior complex. Trump's got it. You don't gotta treat people that way. And if you do, you shouldn't be around those people. If you need, like I'm saying, like there are some people where you start rationalizing, that asshole needs to get checked. If that's the case, you shouldn't be around that person. That's all it is. Stop being around that person. There are people that need to be checked. So stop being around them then. That's it. And again, Donald Trump is riling all that up. He's the epitome of that. This guy can't even have kids in the Oval Office and have a normal... So, again, obviously I want you guys to check out that video. Obviously, check it out. The Civil Rights Lawyer is the name of the YouTube channel. You guys know I've mentioned that channel before. Good channel. And, I would recommend that you just go watch it yourself. But, why are we playing with the likes? Why after I said that are we removing likes? Why are we playing with the like button? Like, how childish is this? Do you see the behavior? This is the childishness that we're talking about here. Why all the childishness? Because you need somebody to react a certain way? Because, again, that person seemingly wouldn't be that way until you did these things? I guess you shouldn't fucking do those things then, you stupid assholes. Like, clearly what you're doing is harassing that person, and they don't like it. So therefore you continue doing it? Well, that's called harassment. Just to let you know. Police names and badge numbers are public information. You can't dox police. I will say that again. Police names and badge numbers are public information. You cannot dox police. And yet police have actually gone after and harassed people on YouTube for doxing them. Yet I'm being doxed in real time every day. They have reports on it and they do nothing. And I can prove that is the case. I can prove what I just said is the case. That wins any lawsuit hands down. When again, those police and those officials are the ones sitting here harassing me and causing these parameters. Specifically to get the framing that they want people to see. To get people to look at somebody a certain way. Not because that person is that way. Because you wouldn't have to do anything, you just have to watch. But again, they're not. So you cause these things which trigger a response. So you are doing that, causing the chain reaction response. It doesn't start with me, it starts with you. Yeah, you're fucked. And you better stop. It's the same thing with this. Except this, you can see. This is real. It's the same thing. Why are they hitting confetti? Why? Why are they hitting the confetti button? Why? If this is real and they would actually, you know what I mean? Why would they be sitting in here every moment of every stream hitting that confetti button the second I say anything that is detrimental to that side? Well, because they're using that as a grade for the you know, like, again, the pressure on anybody watching to again draw attention to these various things. They know that they use people's public, you know, image, like what people perceive as you know, right and wrong. So, like, they want to manipulate what people are perceiving with their eyes. Just like you see here, where he was sitting here trying to lie to his superior, trying to get... It was close! It was close! He didn't do anything! What do you mean it was close? Let me ask you a question on basics. Basic bullying. Basic. You arrive in Geim class. And you know, there's a fight. Back and forth. But what you can see with your eyes when you get there is you can see people shouting, and you can see really just mainly one individual being shouted at, who is, you know, let's say they're like standing there. Let's say they're wearing like a t-shirt that the others don't like. Let's say the t-shirt says I don't know, Trump or whatever the fuck you want to wear. I don't give a shit. Let's say it says that. And the other people, like, you want to wear a Trump? I don't give a shit. That's not triggering to me. I don't really fucking care. You're the idiot wearing the Trump shit. But anyway, let's say they are, and you know, we'll go the other way. You know, like, it doesn't matter. Bullying's bullying, and you show up, and there's a group of fucking people just name calling, ganging up, insulting the person, and all because he's wearing a Trump shirt. Yeah, like it's about that. It's clearly political. And he's wearing a Trump shirt. So, like, you can deduce this, obviously. You can figure it out, like, you know, obviously like that. Like, snap a figure. Trump shirt, group of people. It's not that hard to figure out. You know, like, again, they're arguing about politics. He's wearing a Trump shirt. Not that hard to figure out, okay? And one group is more getting aggressive and kind of ganging up. Now they're starting to get shouty and pushy. Maybe they're shoving him a little bit. You know, egging him on. Because he's trying to turn the other cheek. He's like, whatever. Why is my desktop refreshing right when I say this? Okay? These are basics. You obviously know who's in the right and wrong there. Okay? So the same goes for here. But I'm just talking about shit. And I got a right to say it. And people are just harassing left and right, not minding their own business. These assholes aren't making their own stream. Again, because they have nothing credible to say. All they're doing is harassing me because they know what I'm saying is true. Because they feel a type of way about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't do that. So when you come in and you see a bunch of different people, and this is consistent, and you're just witnessing me being harassed all the time. You know, I'm not going to the other channels to do this. Quite frankly, if I'm in another chat, I'm usually pretty supportive. I very rarely show up in chats. I don't go out and cause problems and shit like that, and I sure as hell don't do it using fake accounts. If I'm in your chat, you're going to know it's me. I'm not afraid to sit there and... Because again, what I'm saying isn't all that bad. It's usually going to be supportive. I'm not going to sit here and be a complete fucking douchebag. And if I disagree with you, I'm not hateful. I'm just going to disagree and move on about myself. If it's really, really bad, I'll post a comment. That's it. You can delete the fucking comment. Delete whatever comment you want. It's your channel. So, the point is, these people come in day after day after day harassing me because they know that I was leaving their comments. And that's what I was doing in the beginning. In the beginning, they knew all I was going to do was leave their comments, show it to you, talk about it, and prove them wrong. Every time. Confetti. That's what I was doing. That's how it started. Because they were showing up and they were being malicious, not normal comments. Doxing, personal private information, nastiness. So I blocked these people. Obviously. Obviously you block people that are nasty. Duh. Everybody does that. I don't know who the fuck you are. Yeah. You're a fucking scammer. As far as I'm concerned. You just came in here to get your stupid ass comment viewed. You're not trying to add anything to it. You have nothing intelligent to add. So, bam. And then that's what it is. You know, you cut them out, and they just literally want to harass your channel. Just because you have the right to delete your comments on your channel. Meanwhile, they could say whatever they want about you, and they're not doing it. They're coming to your channel because they know you're the popular one, and they're not. They're trying to disrupt your viewership and get your audience to see you in a certain light. That's all they're trying to do. Because otherwise, like I said, they would just have their own opinions on their own fucking channels. They're all doing this, just like the assholes that do it to anybody else, that just make accounts to simply repost content. Yeah, I mean, this scammer literally just reposted another video of mine not all that long ago. You know what I mean? He's just literally just reposting my content, stealing thousands of views. My views will halt, and this scammer just re-uploads it and gets thousands. You know, again, my lawyer is already looking into a lawsuit against the DMCA now. And I think it's rather fascinating that YouTube's process literally scams anybody that actually uses it. They literally intentionally give the impersonation scammer everything they would need. They actually give them your name, address, all this information. They have no obligation to do that. Zero. They have not confirmed this person is not a scammer. They just give it to anybody, any old motherfucker that submits a report. So that motherfucker is putting all kinds of fake shit and getting their YouTubes taken down. They don't care. They'll just pop up another one. But meanwhile, it's fake shit, and yours is legit. You put one little misinformation in there, they're going to come after you. But this scammer endlessly comes back, lying about their information, getting yours in the process. It literally has my banner, my icon, my @name. He has exactly the same, except he just added an extra E at the end. Literally just stealing my entire channel. He literally copy and pasted my description, for Christ's sake. He literally claiming to be me. He even has my Patreon link on his own, on that channel, on his channel, claiming to be me. It's my fucking Patreon. What the fuck? Confetti. I post a short. It locks at 200 some views for months and months and months. YouTube locks it. Lying. The impersonation scammer steals the fucking locked video and reposts it and gets thousands of views. Yeah, and it's all fake. They have 16 fucking subscribers, which, by the way, are fake. Confetti. They literally just made the account. It's the same scammer. And it's my name. My content being reposted. Over and over and over. I mean, for Christ's sake, you can even see their original icon in the bottom. You're just recording the screen half the time. And then you would claim, all of you on here that are so dumb that you don't understand. Cops don't either. They don't understand the law. They've blatantly shown that. This motherfucker, you think this dumbass, you think any of these retards understood the law here? No! They're fucking retarded! If this is not fair use, you can't just re-upload people's fucking content. Every single person that would be a partner or whatever, if you're under that partnership, you own the rights to your own fucking streams. Period. End of discussion. Now, sponsorships might be a little different. There might be a part, whatever, But I promise you, if you're doing it the other way around and you're a partner, you own the rights to your own fucking streams. That's fair use. You can't just take somebody's shit and repost it. For example, if I was reacting to this, okay, already, just by me having it on the screen, YouTube has probably already alerted this channel that I've used their content. They're going to get an alert, just like I do. And they're going to decide whether it's okay or not. That's why it does that. Because the point is, if they would want to take legal action, they have every right to do so. You can't just sit here and blatantly use something that you don't have the right to use. That's fair use. Fair use is providing that you had fair use to use it. You used it in a creative manner that changed it beyond what it originally was. You aren't just fucking reposting it! It's literally the fucking opposite! That is the literal definition of what you're not supposed to do! That is literally why it exists! To stop spam! And promote creation! We are to change this, react to it, give our own fucking criticisms or dialogue. Not just copy and paste, hey, it's me, I did this, and then I'm stealing it. That's not fair use, you dumbasses! Why does everybody think this is fair use? If the civil rights lawyer didn't like how I was using his content here, he has every right to fucking sue me! Do you understand that? No, you don't. And that's why I try not to react to stuff. I know that some channels may not approve of my methods. So I try to just say, go watch this and, you know, give your own take on it. But it's no different in my opinion. It's the same shit. Just on YouTube. There's no way I'm the only one. These cops are just sitting here. And Trump's taking advantage of it. Because we haven't had a president that understood what's going on with social media yet. Obama was smart, but he had a lot of stuff to deal with. And it was sort of just coming into, like, being, like, really, really, really big. Like, everything's that. And Biden, obviously, you can't put that on Biden. He had enough to deal with. Nobody's come in and dealt with it. Nobody. And Kash Patel is, quite frankly, taking advantage of it. He knows it exists. It makes me think the government is actually doing it. Confetti. Now, we sort of proved in this stream that the Pennsylvania state government, at least, is doing it. I mean, that's pretty conclusive evidence when I'm on the phone and I'm telling you that my lawyer is threatening a lawsuit against the state of Pennsylvania unless this stops right now. And it stops. That's pretty conclusive evidence, man. My hands are right here. My phone's up to my ear. That's pretty conclusive evidence, man. Yep. Yeah. How many times am I just playing Elden Ring and I say something that these assholes don't like about Trump because they like Trump, and my bitrate just becomes immediately malicious. How many times? Like you can hear me. You know, like I'm just moving around in the game. I'm playing the game. How many times? How many times when a while back I was warning you about Trump before the election? Before it. And my streams were either abruptly ended or screwed with so badly there is no way you're going to hear anything I'm saying on that mobile stream. I've already shown you that my mobile device, whoever is doing this on the state level, is actually lying to AT&T and fucking around with my mobile device too. I literally told you, I proved to you guys that when I was driving to the cell phone store 3 different times, I could rile them up. All I had to do was be on stream while doing it. Again, I wasn't using the device, it was sitting on my seat with a black screen. Like, again, that's all I was doing. This riles them up. They're like, oh, he's streaming and driving. You know, they're hoping to catch me doing something, right? No, my phone has a black screen because it's looking at the seat and I'm just driving and just talking. And literally, I actually, by the 3rd time of going back to the cell phone store, I got followed by 3 different cops in unmarked cars. And by the time I got there, when I was there was an unmarked cop car rolling in the lot, tinted windows, and he parked in the parking spaces, pretending like I didn't see him, like he had business to be at a fucking shopping mall. Sat there, didn't get out of his car, got there the same time as me, and while I was walking in the store and went in the store, came out the whole time I was there dealing with this very issue of the cell phones and all the fucking bullshit, the scamming going on. This cop proceeded to stay right where they were, never got out of their car, didn't roll down their windows, tinted everything. Yeah, what I should have done is on stream walked up and knocked on the window and asked him what the fuck he's doing. That's what I should have done, because I have every right to do that, actually. That's suspicious behavior. Yeah, that's a cop exhibiting suspicious behavior. That actually is. What's he doing? I'm serious. I would have every right to simply ask him what the fuck he's doing. I can record police activity. All he has to do is just say, you know, like lie like they always do. That's what he's gonna do. Okay, so he lies to me. Oh, I'm just enjoying my break. Okay. Liar. And then I walk away and trigger him or something like that. And I just record his vehicle, and he's gonna get out and give me a problem and stuff like that. Because he's not supposed to be there. That's why. Because it creates a trail of evidence of him doing something he's not supposed to be doing. He should be out doing something else. The point is, his superior knows that. Why the fuck's he following me around? And why does he have stock in that? What does he care? What does he give a shit that I have this thing going on with the fucking cell phones? Why is he so concerned about it? Why the fuck's he following me around? And why is he so concerned with the fact that I'm recording the outside of his police car? Well, that's suspicious behavior if you would react that way. Because, again, you shouldn't. The fuck's he care? You can record police activity. It's completely legal to do so. I'm not talking about following the guy around. harassing him. I'm just saying, recognizing he followed you in there. So knocking on his window, what the fuck are you doing? It's a valid question. He doesn't have to be an asshole about it. He can answer it too. No, I'm a citizen. I'm not a cop. I have no obligation to be nice to you. You're the cop. You're doing a job. You're the professional. So I'm to believe you are there in an unmarked car for something you can't reveal. So if you proceed to be very suspicious and start doing things with me, you're not there for any other reason except to fuck with me. Because you would have stopped what you were doing to fuck with me. They know this. So that's why they do this. They start giving people a hard time and trying to incriminate the person. Because, yeah, they know that. They know that the person is on to them. And they have no fucking right to be doing that shit. Just like the cops that did what they did. And remember, I told you they wanted his phone. But they had all the evidence to arrest him, but they needed his phone? For what? You clearly have an arrest warrant, but you need his phone. No. Wrong. Wrong. And then you didn't provide me with any search warrant or anything like that. You don't need his phone. Nope. You arrested him. According to you, you have enough. But there's evidence on there. And then you go all through it, trying very hard to find this supposed evidence. Because you don't want evidence. Like, that's serious, Nope. I'm like, what the fuck do they really think? I tried very hard. I'm like, what the fuck do they think? No. No, if anything, there'd be evidence proving the opposite. That people trusted this person. So they wanted it to plant their own version of the truth. Doesn't make it true, it's just a version. And it's a fake one, that's fiction. You're planting what you're calling evidence later. So that's the incrimination, just like this cop right here. Oh, it was so close. What was close? He was black? Yeah. Basically. There's nothing that was close about it. Just like the cops are doing here. That person they incriminated was on a whim. Anytime anybody would ask. In public's view, by the way. Nothing nobody knew about. It's not like people didn't know about this. Was a babysitter. For anybody. Like, for free. It's just what he did. That's it. So, some cops see this at the local gym and stuff where he's nice enough to give them memberships and stuff like that, and they want to start framing this a certain way because they're a bunch of fucking dumbass cops. Yeah, that's what it's going to start with. Let's just start with that. So they wanted the phone because they wanted to plant evidence when clearly there's plenty of evidence of, oh yeah, you're going to watch so-and-so here and there and and they're aware of it and... Plenty of evidence. And meanwhile, you're framing this as this person clearly in a certain way. So, you know, they wanted that to plant things on there that would have looked to the public a certain way. And conveniently, there's nothing. And that's why. They wanted that so that there was not nothing. If there was stuff on the digital front, again, yeah, there's your FBI, and again, would have already they don't need me for that. They don't. Just like I told you guys, if there was any actual things going on here, would have happened already. They wouldn't have to sit here for fucking ever trying to frame this a certain way. Confetti, bitrate, lying about the views, an impersonation scammer, stealing my content. They wouldn't have to do any of this. I mean, Jesus Christ. The point is, I'm showing what they're not doing. I'm showing that they're doing all of this. And meanwhile, in my area, regularly every day there's criminals speeding around all over the place, driving around recklessly, illegal weapons, all kinds of shit. And you're sitting here incriminating and lying and just and targeting people that appear to be voters that you don't like. Terrorism, real terrorism, by police, by the state, by officials. And the evidence they had in the court case was he said, she said. All this stuff supposedly happened over a decade ago. And I've proven that there's evidence of them making shit up. You literally have a history of this, saying these people did these things and then taking it back later. And then they did that in this case too, and the judge apparently actually threatened to have them arrested, and these are supposedly victims. It is a different name on the court documents for one of the officers that supposedly interviewed somebody than the person that actually interviewed them. So if that's the case, you're lying on court documents. You are saying this officer took this statement, and that officer didn't take that statement. You're just using an officer that will lie under oath because you give a shit. Ha ha ha! Ha ha! That's so funny, apparently. Apparently that's really goddamn funny to people. That they would have cops that would be fine with that. You know, that's what they do. You know, they're just ready to be put on those documents and lie for the other guys that isn't that interesting? And you do realize internal affairs is a joke in this country. Internal affairs are cops that are supposed to be investigating cops for crimes. And they don't do it. And the very few times that you see it, oh, it's bad. And that's why. Because the internal affairs guy does something where he like pulls over the cop or reprimands the cop and he has to do it like right then and there, and it's bad. Makes everybody look bad. No, that's why. Because you waited too long. You sat here and did nothing. And that's this situation. That is 1, 2, 3, and then there's other cops you can't see not doing their jobs, not showing up and going, immediately showing up, hearing all this on the radio, the information, and then they show up and go, wait, stop, come over here. Get the fuck over here now. Stop, get over here. Come here. Come here. Come here. What was your probable cause? No, stop. Stop it. What's your probable cause? I don't care about the birth date. Why did you approach it? Because we got our call, blah, 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 blah. That's not probable cause. Did somebody specifically call about this car sitting right here with this individual? No? You are relieved of duty for the day. Go home. Stop it. Go home. The next time this happens, you're on a suspension. Go home. You tell him privately. You don't do it in front. You pull him aside. And then he leaves in his car. And then you can have the follow-up where you involve the other officers and use a little education round. And you're the sergeant that lays down the law. And they see you for that. You took charge. And then that black individual finally feels like the white man isn't attacking him, actually stands up for him. And then he brings them over and he goes, look, I want to formally apologize. I'm very sorry. It should never have happened. You have every right to file a lawsuit, and we will all give you all our information, whatever you need. Take the cuffs off immediately. This gentleman should not be bothered anymore. He had the original officer that responded to this, and I'm sorry about this again. The original officer had no probable cause to even really be talking to you. So I'm just being completely transparent about that and honest with you about that, and I'm very sorry on behalf of our station. That's how you should handle that. Do you think that the individual would immediately feel, oh, okay, so you're actually trying to do something about it? Do you think there'd be a lawsuit? Do you think the judge would look upon this a little bit differently now? Where they kind of go, you know, like again, if the guy tries to file it after this, he probably still will win, but at least now you can show a combined effort where you did your job. It's not on you. You're doing everything you can, and it's even on paper you reprimanded the guy right then and there and gave him a little education. And he feels respected. He might not even file it at this point. But if he does, there's still that back and forth where he might even admit to that, where he feels respected. by the superior officer, educating and taking care of it. Where it's more just kind of aimed at the original guy that didn't do his fucking job, and he's branded more criminal instead of the department, and it's a police thing, a regular police thing. And you can show the community that you're willing to do that. This is how it should be. It's how it should be in anything that you manage. That's how proper management works. You deal with the problems as they happen. If you let it go, repetitive mistakes and patterns are embedded. People cannot unlearn mistakes. If you teach a mistake to somebody, they're 3 times more likely to do that mistake now because they weren't stopped. It's justifiable. They might even think, like it's correct. It's part of the process. And it changes them even. It makes them this way, where they're sort of simplistic in thinking. They just kind of follow what they think they're doing right, and they can't even think for themselves. This is how you stop that. No, even if I was a sergeant in this situation, I would love it. Love it when somebody questions the authority, because that's an intelligent conversation we can have. You really want to be asking yourself why this person has so much stock in pushing the emoji button, this confetti button, just so damn much. "12 likes to 11 likes all of a sudden. 12 likes to 11 likes all of a sudden. All of a sudden. Oh, now it's 10. Now it's 10. Nine. This stuff's not hard to figure out. And this gentleman's image should never have to have been embarrassed just because a bunch of fucking triggered douchebag cops got it wrong. Reminds me of another situation I talked about recently between an individual and an officer, where the officer was just trying to get the individual to leave and didn't have a reason to. Literally, he was just trying to force this guy to just leave. Why? And he had no reason to even be interacting with the individual. Literally zero reason to even be interacting with him. This cop walked over and just decided to start harassing a citizen. And then claimed that he had probable cause to ask him to leave. Almost like he was trying to trespass him. The dude was shopping and minding his own business. probably giving the businesses money, and this cop is actually harassing the citizen on the property of the businesses too. You know, those businesses should file a lawsuit against the police station for that shit. That guy's not coming back there. He'll think twice. Yeah. No, I don't let them intimidate me. I see a fucking cop trying to claim his territory. Oh, I just march right up on there and say, fuck you. It's like they were doing to the Walmart down here, as you know. Oh yeah, they were doing that left and right. I don't even know why they're trying to act like they're doing that. I mean, I don't really give a flying fuck what they're doing. But I do have a right to record it. Yeah. And I got news for you. If you're trying to enforce something, don't sit your vehicle on a different property where you have no authority to be. Don't do that. It's going to cause a problem for you. Stop doing it. Again, cops are not above the law. It's a legal loophole. Cops are not allowed to lie. They really are not. Yet every day they get away with it. I got news for you. Every time you lie about a citizen, you lie to other cops. On paperwork, it's in the system. If anything, it's lying more so. This is what Internal Affairs doesn't want you to know. Because if you find out, they're going to have a shitload of work to do, and the FBI is going to have to help them do it. And they should be. That's what they should be doing. Every cop should be under investigation right now in the United States. That's what should be happening. Not citizens, cops. Everyone. Every last one. Because of all of this incrimination. Every last one takes an oath. And if they weren't, I mean, seriously, some of them wouldn't be concerned at all. They'd be like, go right ahead. I don't have anything to worry about. Seriously, a lot of them would welcome it. They'd be like, fuck, go right ahead. I don't give a shit. And a lot of them are going to say the opposite. And that's where you got to be like, okay? When you would so easily do this to so many people, illegally, demanding IDs, and meanwhile, badge numbers and names is public information. And so many of them act like doxing police online and stuff is harassment, immediately go after the people and stuff like that. Yet I'm doxed every day. Every day, I'm doxed. I was doxed for 7 months at a time. Just every day. Thousands of people in a live chat saw me doxed. Yeah, thousands. And not here even. In a different live chat on a different channel. Thousands. Yeah, and police don't do anything. But when it's them and their families, then they pretend like it's acts of terror and then they do stuff. Interesting how that works, isn't it? All of a sudden they're being targeted. So we can't just as easily be targeted by police? There's literally an amendment specifically designed for that. And this shit's been around forever for that. And you're this dumb, you can't recognize that's what it's for. They actually built it that way, recognizing that bad actors, douchebags like yourself, could easily take advantage of the system if somebody, just... So, it's in there. So, I'll offer it to you even. Okay? I'll give you this, I'll extend you the same courtesy. Okay? You do too. And that's this situation here. And this situation here that I'm talking about here, this cop should shut the fuck up. Yet, every second he got on his body cam, oh, it's so close. But it's so close. His birthday and just, it's so close. You proving on body cam how fucking racist you are. It's close. It's not. If it's close, he's not. You're admitting every time you say that it's not the same person. Close is not the person. That's an opinion, and it's racist. What does that even mean? Close in what context? His birthday? Again, the similarities here are that the men are black and have short hair. That's it. When you look at the picture of the other man they actually had a warrant for, the guy has a scar, significantly thinner face, ears jutting out, just totally different face. Just so many identifiers. The hairline's slightly different. So many different. The nose is different. So many identifiers. But, you know, black man, short hair. Around the same weight class. Around the same age. Profiling. Profiling is for data and statistics. You're supposed to use it to determine probable fucking cause. This is by no means a determining factor in probable cause. Or lawful anything, really. I could point out that's literally what Border Patrol did, ICE. I could point out they're not police. They don't have any enforcement ability whatsoever. They're just Border Patrol. They were ransacking Minneapolis as if they were police, asking for IDs. Okay, so I already proved it's not really technically legal in most cases for a cop to even really walk up to somebody and ask for a fucking ID. And Border Patrol is going around Minneapolis doing this. And for the sake of, again, being racist to Spanish people. We know this. Okay? This is what you should rationalize. Obama deported record fucking numbers of illegal immigrants. Record numbers. Obama. The black guy. Yep. Why are you trying to pretend like this is a racial thing? It's got nothing to do with race. The moment they make it about that is the moment you know it's fucking propaganda and they're stirring the pot. Everybody's too stupid. They love it. They jump all over it. They want to. I'm the guy that wears the shirt that says idiot. Okay? We all need to learn when we're stupid. Donald Trump is a very stupid man. His administration makes very stupid decisions. And the people that likewise vote for him are very stupid. If it doesn't exist, why do we have a word for it? No, I'm trying to help. If I wasn't trying to help, I'd literally just continue to call all of them assholes. Instead of just pointing out they're fucking stupid. That's me trying to help. I'm trying to change the wording to something constructive. I mean, like, it's not my fault. You literally are so goddamn full of yourselves, you can't handle hearing when you're actually stupid. I can't help that. Now, me personally, I'll wear a fucking shirt that just says idiot. I don't care. You know, I know it. We're all a bunch of retards. I mean, accept it. Like, literally, we need another civil war to figure out that people. No. That's what history was supposed to do. That's why we teach it. So we don't repeat the same fucking mistakes. You know what would be nice, though? If they taught religion in school. They should teach it. Do you know why they don't? It's on the dollar. In God we trust, yet they don't teach religion in school. You realize how much fucking bullshit is out there once you get educated on it. That's why. You'll just pick it apart and be like, well, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That don't even make any sense anymore. These are age-old, archaic, stupid fucking systems of control each society had at various times to make sure people didn't literally unalive each other into extinction. It's literally all it ever is. That's it. We should teach that. So that people stop with the endless nonsense. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, the amount of people in just this area that claim to be Christian and stuff like that, yet they would actually spend personal time harassing an individual, retaliating, going after somebody that they disagree with on a religion basis. They don't like what you're saying, and they would actually. And then, you know, how many times in history do we have wars over this? And we know this happened because of religion. Because people are dumb. You're literally just dumb. You want to actually unalive somebody else because, again, you care about their opinion. Otherwise, you wouldn't give a shit and just be about yourself and turn the other cheek. But yet, all of you just want to go to war over. No, well, you clearly do actually care what that other side thinks. So much so that you'll unalive all of them just because they think something different. That ain't what the Bible teaches us. How many times did a society go to war in God's name? That's what that commandment actually means. And if you research it, you'll find that out. There's nothing to do with fucking speech. That's control. Freedom of speech has always been under attack. Jesus experienced this. That's why a lot of stuff about him is actually wrong and made up. Jesus swore all the time. If he stubbed his toe, he would swear. People knew it. They would talk about it, how he was kind of funny and stuff. That was the comedian funny part of the time, to just swear. This is what got him in trouble. And he'd be like, really? This is what we're focused on? What words people can't say? You should embrace words. What a beautiful thing that you have a gift to speak. And then you're going to otherwise tell somebody that, you said I'm stupid. Off with this head. This is true. Well, in those times it was crucifixion, but you get the point. Well, that was the public embarrassment of it. It was the Colosseum of the time. That's why it happened. It wasn't some godly thing where, the cross was always destined to... No, this guy was just the savior of his time, and he was going to die to stick up for what was right. And he stopped the wars. That single act stopped everything. That's what Jesus actually did. Imagine if they taught that instead of, he's God. Pray to Jesus. Do you have any idea how reasonable this sounds versus Jesus Christ is God? He was a man, but, his God, only begotten Son, Virgin Mary, all this shit that don't make any sense. Imagine if they actually taught what makes sense. That's actually a lot closer to what the Amish think, too. The Amish don't really necessarily agree with the New Testament. Because there's a lot of bullshit. Just some people came along and went, this is what happened. And wrote a book. Called it the Bible. So the Bible already existed, the Old Testament, but the Vatican did what the Vatican does. It's just a system of control. Because remember how much unaliving the Vatican dealt with. It was mass murders. Just mass. I mean, people would go to church and it would be like, just everybody. That's why. They had to fear people into believing there was consequences or people wouldn't stop. So instead of lying to society, can we start educating now? Do you think gun control works through education, or do you think gun control works by telling people, I'm going to take your guns away? Which works? Taking guns away? Or education and serial numbers? Regulation. Because again, taking them away, that's not regulation. That's no guns. That's not a regulation. That's just no guns. That's outlawing it. That's not what regulation is. A regulation makes it so you can have it. Just to let you know. So, all the Democrats pushing for that, those are your civil liberties. That's conservatism. That's who you should be voting for, you dumbass Republican voters. Now, And no Republican ever has a good idea. They just say, spend more money, tax the middle class. And Democrats are like, no, tax the rich. And how many times do I sit here and I show you this, and they shift the goddamn bit rate around? Yeah, I've shown you this. I've literally used city building things that, like, this is a very complex made software running on a PC that is again, a PC is the world's best calculator. That thing knows. And it's running all this based on the jobs, the population. It was a very real, seemingly real, simulated city, just like real life. And every goddamn time that I tax the rich, what they can handle, again, sometimes it's a little more. They claim it's a little more and they get pissed. But they can handle it because they're fucking rich. I get an absurd surplus of money. Like, you wouldn't believe the amount of... It is surging! Like, I actually sometimes will, like, leave it sit, and I come back and I'm like, holy fucking shit! They just took care of it! And all them... I didn't have to do anything! But when I tax the middle class, like, an absurd... People, like, quit, they move out, people like can't afford anything. It just causes shitloads of problems. So what I do is I tax the middle class when the city is like new and I'm building it up and I want it to build up. I tax the middle class a little bit more because you need to get that going. But I still tax the rich. Now I keep the rich down a little bit initially, because you want them to build up. But once they start and it's built up, you don't give them those breaks anymore. It's just for the initial build up. And then after, again, the middle class is still not taxed that much. They're taxed a fair amount so they can move in and stuff, because again, you don't have a whole lot going on yet, so what the fuck are the taxes for? It's sort of like just asking for money just to do nothing with it. So the whole point is that if you don't need that, why ask for it? So early on, I don't do a whole lot of this. I just try to very slowly build. And then again, the whole point is that you give that initial tax break to the wealthy, and then as you need it. Now when we need it and we're about to go broke, now we jack up the big companies, the rich people, because they're rich. They've clearly done what they need to do. They're smart. They know how to do this stuff. They are milking everybody else in your area for their wealth. They have risen to the top. They can afford it. They are using your society more than anyone else. They deserve that tax rate. They are using the police more, the resources more, the roads more. They're hiring more people that go out and do those things and have more interactions with the roads and all the stuff. They have probably more facilities and buildings, using more power, all kinds of shit. They have more trucks going down the road. They are the reason you need all of those taxes. You need to. So right at that point at which it looks pretty grim, I jack up those taxes for the wealthy, and they always complain. But, alright, so like if I'm talking about a 12% tax rate for them, I'll jack it way up to like, I'll go up about 5%. I'll go up to about 17, 18%. And while they might complain, they can afford it. And I swear to God that big difference of jacking it up 5% over the next, it just surges. I'm like, Jesus Christ. It's basic. I can figure it out in SimCity. We can figure it out on paper. This stuff is easy to figure out. Why the fuck isn't anyone doing it? You rationalize that there's rich people in government and stuff holding this back, making sure it doesn't happen. And those rich people are Republicans. They're not the people that are the Democrats trying to tell you that everything that's happening, really, 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 really fighting to try to get you to figure this out. It's not them. It's not Obama. It's Trump. It's the Republicans. It's been that way. It's the same people that are just using a propaganda train to point the finger at the Democrats while the Democrats are being successful. So that way it makes them look like they're the ones doing it, and then the Republicans take all the power, which is where we are. If I'm wrong, prove it. Stop hitting confetti and removing likes. You clearly, I'm clearly right, and you sit here and do everything you can to try to smear this message to the people. I'm not even really protesting here. I'm just using my channel to speak about the things I want to speak about. I'm allowed to do that. In Pennsylvania, in the United States of America, I'm allowed to do that. Unhindered. I'm allowed to do that. So there's a couple of things that I want to talk about before we go. Let me hit the bathroom really quickly, and we'll talk about these things before we go. Sorry, I wanted to get a drink too, really quick. Thanks for waiting. I appreciate it. Okay. I wanted to go over a couple things really quick. Okay? Um, all right. So, there is an amendment. And I wonder how many people realize this exists. This is how it's going to go. And I don't, for the life of me, I have no idea why they're delaying. Probably so that they hope there's like as much like blatant, credible evidence as possible. That would be my guess, because he just does worse shit every day. But they gotta do this soon. And there is an amendment. So, what I said was, remind me of the United States Amendment that tells us that we have the right to remove the president from office if he's unfit.
That's the 25th Amendment, especially Section 4. It allows the Vice President and a majority of the Cabinet to declare in writing that the President is unable to discharge the powers and duties of the office. The Vice President then becomes acting President. If the President disputes it, Congress decides, and it takes a 2/3 vote in both the House and Senate to keep the Vice President acting as President. A related but different route is impeachment, under Article 2, Section 4, for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors.
Which he is guilty of. I like how it says and misdemeanors. So like, you know, like small things would be plenty enough reason. It's even confirming to impeach and remove. Yet this guy is actually a convict. He's been convicted on, I think, 38 different accounts. He's literally convicted on 38 different accounts. He is actually the first convict as President of the United States. And, they're not doing this. So I want to remind you that your vice president wears eyeliner. So another stage actor playing politician. Normal things, you know. What does JD Vance ever do except just like be in the way? Does JD Vance remind you of that guy that's just like always in the way? Do you ever know somebody that just sort of stands in the way? Do you know what I mean? Like they always just sort of stand in the middle of shit. They can't like, you know what I mean? Like stand to the side, or like they have to be right fucking there in everybody's way. Doesn't he remind you of that fuckhead? Somebody that does that? Why is that? Why can I so blatantly easily pick these guys off? But why do I just know immediately that guy is just that type of guy that just fucking stands in the goddamn way? You know what I mean? When Family Guy used the cutaway, what was it for? Wasn't it for Jag or something like that? Or they were making fun of the. They were making fun of the. It was just a joke, but like, you know, like the people that do this, right? There are people that do this, but it was like a joke, you know. Like obviously they're just doing it in the theme song, and they're like laughing and having a conversation, and they're like, "We're a bunch of assholes that take up an entire hallway with our conversation." I feel like that's Vance. I feel like this is these guys that, like, you know, if somebody's walking behind them saying, "Excuse me, hey guys, I'd like to get, excuse me, can I get past, excuse me, sir," and then when you finally go, "Hey, get the fuck out of the way!" They go, "Oh, you're so rude." Meanwhile, the entire time they're in front of you, they're the actual fucking assholes taking up an entire hallway with their conversation and can't pay attention to their fucking surroundings. Okay, not normal people, but asshole Trump voters. I see it everywhere I go. It's always the Trump voters. They are standing in the middle of the fucking, like at a grocery store. You can't walk down an aisle anymore. Everybody stands directly in the middle with their cart in the way. And you try to walk down, they act as if, like the moment you walk down, I swear to God, most people will do this. I'll walk down as if I need them to move, smile even, you know, almost like making eye contact, signaling, you know, I'm trying to get down the alleyway, and they actually will turn away, almost like they didn't see you, have no idea there's possibly somebody else in the store, and, you know, you need to walk down this, and there's other people, too, on the other side doing that, too. Like, there's multiple people everywhere doing this. And you've recognized, yeah, like, these aren't normal fucking people. They see you walk up, they continue having their goddamn conversation involved in what they're doing. Instead of minding their surroundings, you are trying to simply grab a loaf of bread, and you have to put your cart on the side, squeeze past them, "Excuse me, asshole," and then walk all the way around, get the bread, because again, there are people in this hall, in this alley, blocking the whole fucking thing. You walk down to the other end just to go all the way around, and there's people there blocking that too. You can't go down there too. So you park your cart, squeeze past these people, just to walk all the way the fuck around something, pick up your loaf of bread, walk all the way back around, back to your cart again, and then walk away. Just because some assholes that are Trump voters want to have a fucking conversation. And Everybody's doing this. Everybody. It's the same assholes that swerve around behind you on the road. They want you to get the fuck out of the way. But when they're in the grocery store, no. You want to be a celebrity. That's all this is. You hope Donald Dickhead Orange Fuckhead Trump, you know, like, makes you rich and famous, reaches into your life, because that's what he was doing the first time around. He was just picking people off the street as his cabinet members and dumb shit like that. It's literally why people are doing it. Guarantee it. They're actually this desperate. So dumb, too. Everybody. This is what people do. So I want to remind you, you have an amendment. It's right there. You can fucking remove this guy. You know, it's real simple. When I walk down the aisle in a grocery store and I go to where I want to go, I move my cart to the edge if I need to look at it any more than a second. Most of the time I walk down, grab the goddamn thing off the shelf, put it in the cart, and walk away. I don't stand there going, duh, duh, I came to the grocery store to look around and not know exactly what I want. Duh. And then, you know, have a fucking conversation with this person and this person that I run into, and then block the entire fucking thing for other people. No, I don't do that. I don't even do that when I'm with somebody. No. Not once. The very second anybody is in that aisle, I make sure I'm aware of my surroundings. I'm not blocking a freezer door they're trying to get to, or a shelf. If I'm still looking, I actually will make eye contact most times and say, excuse me. And then a lot of times that'll tell me whether they're trying to get to something I'm in front of or they're just moving past. And a lot of times that they are. And I say that, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. And I move forward. They're like, oh, no, that's fine. And then they grab the thing. And I was in front of it. But had I not stopped to be polite, I would have stood there, and stood there, and stood there, in front of this thing. I remember there was one day, this lady, she did that. I literally just kept saying, excuse me, and she just wouldn't move. I swear to God, she was pretending like I didn't exist. She was completely and utterly ignoring me. Yeah. This is these are the fuckheads in Pennsylvania. Yeah. These are the assholes in Christian fucking County, Pennsylvania. These are the assholes. Again, not Amish. I have never seen Amish act like this. Amish are so nice. But people, like MAGA, very Christian people. That's who's doing it. That's who I see doing it. Christians. Using the Bible as a scapegoat to be an asshole. Oh, I did all this shit. Now I'm suddenly going to be a Bible thumper. I love the Bible now. No, you don't. Something happened. You did something. Somebody did something. You're praying. All of a sudden now, when you didn't give a fuck before. That's what happened. How do I know that? Because it's everybody. That's human nature. You're latching onto a fake ideal. Wake up. Everybody's done this. It's age old. So this is why we need to teach religion in schools. Jesus fucking Christ was a man. He is not God. And it says it right there in the Bible. Do not worship man before me. Why are you making Jesus Christ God? You are literally blatantly ignoring what the Bible says. This is a direct ignorance of what the Bible says. Opposite. Oh, because it's Jesus, it's fine. Why? Because you decided? Are you going to do the same thing if it happens again? Are you just going to... Let's say Keanu Reeves, because he is the amazing individual that he is, like a sacrifice or something like that. Oh, and everybody's like, oh, Jesus. And this happens all over again. Somebody like that. And it happens all over again. Are you going to do the same fucking thing? Or are you going to live in today's standards and recognize it for what it is? Just because it happened 2,000 years ago don't fucking mean jack diddly goddamn fucking squat. That's what you can't put together. Oh, 2,000 years ago, who the fuck knows what was going... No! Why is my desktop refreshing right when I say this? So that you can have an excuse to refresh my concurrence, and you aren't showing the public just how many people are actually watching because of what I'm fucking saying. That's what's actually happening there. I know, confetti. I know. What you're doing is you're actually refreshing my entire system to lie. Yeah, 37 views, guys. Never mind the peak concurrence of 952 or so, but, YouTube is sitting here saying that the stream is at 37 views. Yeah, okay. Just like that last stream that says it's at over 1,000, and then later on you remove that and take it down to, like 100 something. That's what it's at now. Right? They did that during this stream, right? Right? As I've been talking about this, to de-escalate the channel. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They wait till I do stream like this, then remove a shitload of views, and it de-escalates, it scams it. Laughing. Haha, did I say a joke? What's funny about that? I'm sorry, was that funny? I don't know what was funny about it. It's a scam. So again, somebody laughing about that proves that it's a scammer. That, you know what I mean? Like, nobody would think that's funny. It's not like a joke. I didn't say anything funny. You see what I'm saying? This is what the FBI is supposed to be doing. This is why I started with that. So when this is what the FBI is supposed to be doing, and I'm bad-mouthing the FBI, oh, gee. Oh, gosh, golly darn, I wonder what's going on there. Oh, gee. Confetti. I know, confetti. Just like always. Gosh, golly darn. You FBI agents are far more fucking predictable. Like you literally are just a bunch of goddamn retards and you're incompetent. I'm literally sitting here calling every goddamn move. So I'm the director of the FBI. Basically. And they're not hiring me. They're not paying me. Yeah, because that's all they're doing. They're here to learn things. They're not here... Like, literally, they're just pressuring information. Because I'm smarter than Kash Patel. That's it. And Kash Patel has illegal technology to get this information, to trigger it out of people. He does. That's what he's doing. I'm just letting you know that's what's happening. He's using illegal CIA technology to pressure people. It's not technology that should exist. Let me also point something out too. This dumbass, this cop, this dumbass, this fucking idiot. When the dude was pointing out that he didn't want his face in their AI system, the cop actually tried to claim it's not artificial. It's not artificial intelligence. He's like, it's not artificial. He's like argumentative. This cop is that dumb. He actually doesn't know. He actually thinks their facial recognition isn't artificial. There's no computer just figuring that out. It's not artificial. He's that dumb. He doesn't know how it works. He has no fucking clue. He thinks taking a picture of that person, it's just, you know, it just gets it 100%. It's not artificial. It's not doing the exact same thing a thought process would do, just putting a bunch of points of comparisons together using artificial intelligence. This cop is this stupid. And proves it. So these cops don't even understand how their own fucking technology works. He has AI technology, AI facial rec, and he's like, it's not artificial. You know that's what AI means, right? So, I mean, like he pointed out himself, it's not artificial. Clearly knows what the acronym means. Yet his facial rec, no, totally not. Except it is. Except that it is. Except that it is. And that's the very real concern. His face will now be on that database permanently. And he didn't do anything. And bad actors, just like this asshole right here, are going to use it. Learn his name, his picture, probably his address too. Just because these fucking douchebag cops wanted the system to learn it. So it's a way of getting people harassed by the system. It's how they're going to do the dictatorship thing. Yeah, it's how they're going to determine that certain voters that vote Democratic are terrorists instead of voters. They're just going to use the system like that. They've already done it. I mean, he's deporting record numbers illegally of people that were eligible to vote. And they rigged the vote already. They narrowed the vote to more white people. You guys know that. They stripped voting rights like crazy. They already did that. So now remember the redistricting that was going on too. It's all about rigging the election and using the cops' databases to do it. And they're stupid. They're literally just dumb as shit. Oh, it's a black person. Let's just cause them problems. And then the endless problem repeats itself. Why do you think Colin Kaepernick was kneeling? And meanwhile, you all are just bitching about this shit. You can't watch football because you're too busy bitching about how much they're showing the people kneeling. It has nothing to do with the football. Nothing. But you immediately become hateful and triggered and can't watch it anymore because of that. Supposedly. Why? What does it do? Except anger you. Unnaturally. Or you have the problem. You become triggered and angry by things that, again, you're causing in the first place. You're triggered by this because you know you're the cop doing it. That's why. This quarterback that nobody recognizes, he's a NFL player and nobody recognizes him. He's just endlessly getting pulled over and harassed by police. That's the problem. That's what was happening. And meanwhile, Tom Brady gets pulled over. Jesus fucking Christ. They're not going to do anything. That's the reality. The reality is, the more known you are, the richer you are in this country. You can be on your merry way. But if you're black and poor, oh, you're going to jail. You are going to jail. Just like the people that were sleeping in their car on that body cam I was watching recently. They weren't doing anything wrong. Completely allowed to sleep in your car, by the way. In public, you're not doing anything wrong. You're just parked. And for the night. You know, you're going to drive somewhere else later. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. And they're actually being harassed by cops. Being told to leave, like they can't be there. Why did they even make contact? Because they were there. It's not a reason to make contact with somebody. The whole point is a call was made on a welfare check of these people. These people were parked. So it was supposed to be a welfare check. So anything beyond the cop making contact and the people blatantly being pissed off that the cop makes contact, he needs to walk away. They were pissed. They were pissed off. Because they clearly get harassed by police. This is probably multiple times now, and they're allowed to do this. And this cop walks up to do a supposed welfare check. He's not doing a welfare check if he's demanding ID and being an asshole. He's just being an asshole. There's no welfare he's checking on. He's just harassing them. Okay. Well, you know what? Maybe I should just walk up to a cop and just do a welfare check. I just wanted to make sure, officer. I just wanted to make sure you're okay. Since we're allowed to do that, you know. Listen. There is only one thing police are given that they are allowed to do that is illegal. Lying is not really one of them. They're not actually really supposed to do that. They're not. They can't lie. And they do it regularly. Remember, I already pointed out, a cop lying to another cop is still a cop lying to a cop. One thing they can get away with. And the only reason they can get away with it is because the lawful probable cause intent that your lights are on and somebody's speeding down the fucking road and you're chasing after them because they're a threat to the community and they could possibly cause an accident. So you're chasing them. And even then, you keep your distance. You don't try to sit there and keep up with them if they're going over 90 and 100 miles an hour. You keep your distance. And buy your time. And you take them down in a smart manner. Because there's more of you than there is of them. And again, you clearly have probable cause. This guy's speeding down the road. Other people are chasing after him. There's all these cops. It's not just you. So, again, that's the one thing. And even ambulances, fire trucks, fire police, emergency response in general is given this exact thing. So not police, first responders. Period. Because the thought is that you are responding to an emergency situation that would put innocent people at risk. Not the officer showing up to cause the risk. I'll never forget the time I laughed my ass off the time somebody got pulled over and tried to start something with the cop. And I like what he actually let the guy off too. He didn't even give him a hard time. The guy's a nice cop. He's losing his shit. He does not like this. But he lets the guy go. He doesn't even give him a ticket. It's so funny. The whole point is you wanted to scare the shit out of him. Yeah, the whole point is to give him that warning. This guy was speeding and he pulled him over, and the whole point is he was like, yeah, but you were speeding. And the cop's like, I have to speed to catch speeders. He's like, he freaks out. And he knows at that point he shouldn't be doing that, but I was laughing my ass off. So that was obviously why he let him go. He realized he shouldn't be yelling at the guy. But that's kind of the point. That's the point. He was pissed off. He realized he shouldn't be that way. So he kind of met the guy halfway a little bit. Guy didn't have any drugs. He didn't have anything in his car. All that stuff. He clearly confirmed that stuff. He was just speeding. Alright. So. And it was a very busy highway. He was just trying to get it done and be out of there. Very busy highway. That's important. So, remember that. And that's a decent cop right there. That's somebody that can call themselves out. They've realized maybe they approached that a little rammy and backpedal. It's a good cop. Does not look like somebody premeditatively sitting somewhere trying to get shit to happen. That is hell not it. That's just criminal behavior. Some cops do. So why are there so many of them doing it? You know, this guy walks up serving a warrant supposedly. Come on. He knew it wasn't the guy. He chose not to run his information. All these things he has and he's not doing it. He's lying to his superior. Nope. Stop this. I mean, every one of those other cops looks bad. Because they show up very little information. Now he's just insulting them, calling them all assholes and stuff like that. And they're pissed. They don't like that. It's on body cam. Makes them look bad. Internal Affairs. FBI. Because if they're investigating, it stays internal. We don't find out. So the fuck aren't you doing that? You're not protecting your officers. You're not. That's how you do it. So, every station where this is going on, and it's not every one. There's some good stations out there. Every station's going on. It's bad chief. It's not running it. Not doing his job. All that is paperwork. That is the ability to look at what your officers are doing every day and deduce this is correct or this is incorrect. and then the ability to be confrontational with them. If you do not possess that ability, you should be fired immediately. You shouldn't even have been promoted into that position. You're a fat, lazy slob sitting in a captain's position, basically. You're a captain. And you're not doing it. These guys trust you. You're supposed to be smarter than them. And you're not. And quite frankly, if you're fat, you're definitely not. Fat people aren't smart. It's not an insult. You are full of toxins. I'm sorry. I'm not talking about somebody, I'm just talking about the people that eat and should have self-control. I'm not talking like you're trying to lose weight, and I'm not saying that, like, people can't have problems. I'm just saying, if you are fat and it's a self-discipline issue, you have self-discipline issues. And it's toxins in the body. You can't think right. I know that, I just want to throw this out there, guys. Being smart's not all that hard in the modern century, okay? And I do realize that I am that guy that also does stupid shit once in a while, okay? So, I'm just gonna put it out there right now, okay? Here's a perfect example, okay? I know full well that caffeine and energy drinks are not the thing I should be drinking into my 40s. I am fully aware of this, and yet I still do it once in a while. Because it's convenient, and I'll admit to that. Stupid. I shouldn't do it. Because I know full well grabbing cranberry juice will provide me with the appropriate antioxidants to properly energize me instead of forcing my heart to speed up. It's literally about the fact that your brain cells aren't getting enough oxygen. You're just stupid. There's just all this toxic shit, and your brain can't get the nutrients it needs. So I often experience that if I instead drink, a glass of cranberry juice. This is cranberry pomegranate. But if I drink a glass of, like, pure juice, like actual juice, this is just juice. 100% juice. There, literally, you read the back, it just says cranberry juice from concentrate, pomegranate juice from concentrate. That's it. And the whole point is that I will absolutely experience, more energy and be able to think more clearly versus just trying to get, caffeine, and trying to speed up, circulation with what that doesn't. It's not necessarily, you know what I mean? It's like it's sort of like putting it'd be sort of like putting 93 in a car that shouldn't get 93. It'd be sort of like that. It's sort of like that. Like putting 93 fuel in a car that shouldn't have 93. That's actually kind of like what you're doing with an energy drink. You're just forcing your circulation because it doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. So it's just gonna do this because it doesn't like it. That's what an energy drink does. Whereas this, it does it because it likes it. You get what I'm saying? Dilation because versus dilation because. Do you know how stupid Kash Patel is? Do you know how stupid that guy is? Again, top intelligence law enforcement in the country. Intelligence, remember. Okay. You know, in the modern day, you know, like, it's, again, paper products, you know, like toilet paper, tissues. This is a past. We should move past this. But in the Kash Patel, I can just take one look at his nose and know that he spends all day blowing his nose. That guy blows his nose all day long. He is the biggest dork. Why do I know that? Same reason I know other things that I shouldn't know. Because he's not very good at his job. It's just like the guy at Walmart, the assets protection guy that's harassing good employees instead of doing his job. I shouldn't even be able to go in the store and recognize who that guy is. I shouldn't know who he is. He's wearing plain clothes for a reason. You can't even justify that's for any other reason except I shouldn't know who he is. He wears plain clothes. And yet, I know exactly who he is. He's not doing his job, though. It's the same shit. Same kind of shit. Same type of thing. The whole point is, if you know who it is, you know all these things about the person, you know. He's breachable. I've already explained to you guys that hacking in the modern day, I got nothing to do with code. All this shit's automated. Somebody wants to hack you, they're going to buy a phone that hacks you. They're not going to do it themselves. They're going to jailbreak ChatGPT, or they're going to go and use a Tor browser to buy something illegal off the dark web, because the FBI hasn't done anything about it yet. They should just shut the fucking thing down. And meanwhile, that's how hacking is done. And they're so dumb they don't know this. The whole point is that it's all this. It's all about, is there a picture of you somewhere with an ID badge? Your name is right on there, your picture. It's on social media somewhere. It's the same fucking administration. I mean, again, Pete Hegseth had all the military in one room, joined into one room, all at the same time, because he thinks this is a good idea. Now, again, terrible idea in that matter of national security. If there's any cameras anywhere, if there's even one bad actor among them, all he's going to do is go around the room pretending to be helpful, or this person or that person, and meanwhile he's going to sneak pictures of all their different credentials. He's going to get so many different credentials and stuff like that, and they're going to get hacked. So do you know how Kash Patel got hacked? Because he has a private plane. Duh. There's a reason you don't do that, dumbass. You're given your own security detail. You can fly anywhere you want. And you're specifically told a private plane is out of the question. There's probably a good fucking reason for that. Do you know why? It's the same way that this bad actor's taking advantage of me and everything going on here and everything going on with everything else with everybody. That the mechanics are too stupid to recognize. Every time it's serviced, that's data. You go to the... I swear to God, countless times I have gone to my garage and then I go home and I go on YouTube and some suggestion on my YouTube page has something to do with my exact make and model of car and the exact problem it's at. I didn't look this stuff up. At no point did I look this up. But right now, my mechanic is so incompetent, he is. And so because the scammer is doing what they're doing with the data, I see that. And so does the scammer. So, because you're a fucking retard and you can't rationalize and figure this shit out, and you don't have the proper authority, you're not qualified, you don't know these things. You're goddamn stupid. Every time you get that plane serviced, your fucking name is on it. The mechanic knows who you are. He calls you, doesn't he? Technician, whatever the fuck you want to call him. And these people, the point is they're so incompetent, they need to look it up. They actually can't even do it. And that's why it's happening. Because they go and look up a video on YouTube and it plays ads and then it just tracks all their fucking data. And Kashi dumbass fucking Patel, I got news for you. He's got YouTube on his phone and he's watching that shit non-stop, and I promise you he ain't got an ad blocker. He's dumb as shit. That's why they loaded up the cleaner with the ads. That's why they loaded up the shit with the ads. That's why all along the way they were following everything I said, because he was watching this and being a dumbass. Instead of properly doing things and educating, he's looking at YouTube. If what I'm giving you is so valuable, you should hire me instead of watching YouTube, dumbass. Why are you so afraid to hire somebody? Because they called you out on your shit and call you a dumbass? Yeah. Yeah. You're afraid of how competent that person actually is compared to you. That's what you're afraid of. That's what all of them are afraid of. I mean, again, I've already pointed out this behavior in MAGA, in these types of voters in general. They want an excuse to do nothing. Okay. Anywhere I go, that's the point. I go get food somewhere, or I go shopping somewhere. The people that have jobs that are, you know, lucky enough to have jobs, they're not grateful for them. They're getting paid to be stupid. And I've shared stories with you, first-hand accounts, of how dumb some of these people are and their jobs. Things that should be very, very, very basic. And you fuck up. Every chance, you like, just every possible time you could fuck up, you do it. Something that, you know, I can count several times in the back of my head, a boss threatening to fire me if I fucked up for this very thing. But every day I'm sort of just seeing people regularly doing these jobs. And they're assholes. And it's not the people that are like blatantly democratic or anything. I actually see that it's the other way around. It's the people taking advantage, thinking that they can, that this is Trump's America and stuff like that. That he's gonna get them off and stuff like that. Sort of like how Trump pardons terrorists. That like again the January 6th terrorists. They're not even protesters. They're terrorists. These people stormed Capitol Hill. It was an insurrection, and Donald Trump literally used executive power to pardon terrorists. This told everyone across the country that wants to be a fucking terrorist they can go harass people. That's why the crime's really happening. And he's sitting here acting like it's the Spanish people. No, it's him. He's just trying to play at those strings where you, the person doing it, wants to point the finger and is very quick to do so on racial tensions. The wall. Where, again, I already proved that it doesn't make any fucking sense to build a wall. Okay? Logistically makes 0 sense. That is just racist. I've talked about it. I've talked about why. I've gave very specific examples. Any moron smart enough to know even a little bit about strategy and defense strategy would agree. Even a moron that knows about defense strategy would agree. Okay, a wall is not line of sight. You need towers, you need to maintain it. And again, if it's a wall, it better be a small wall, because a very long wall, you can't possibly expect to maintain, again, all the holes and then line of sight. And then again, versus if you had 2 fences, the same, again, the whole entire length. One fence, and then several hundred yards later, another fence. And then between those, traps. So the people that are supposedly taking advantage of this, they get over the first one, trying to get to the next one, and they get trapped, or it's stuck, or just something happens that slows them down. You have the line of sight. You don't even need to be in a tower. They're clearly on camera. Then you also have all this distance to where they're not even crossed the border yet. And you can contact Mexican authorities to deal with them. It's that simple. And yet they're disrupting this on every facet. They're trying to disrupt what I'm saying. Well, that's when you know it's bullshit. It's a racist thing. There's no reason for a wall. It's blatantly racist. And quite frankly, it would actually be detrimental to the wildlife in the area too. So if you just even want to talk about the surrounding areas and what it does to the environment, it's actually extremely bad for animals and stuff. Like, animals need to be able to cross. Like, they don't. So what, And you're gonna actually put a wall? So, just random herds of buffalo or something like that. What do they got down there? Wanna go this way because, a sandstorm or something is coming, and then they're all running this way, and there's just a fucking wall. You just killed a herd of buffalo. Because of your wall. Is that right? And then the wall is just propaganda anyway. Again, remember, it's not how they're getting across. We know this. They're already, again, it's usually like smuggling stuff. Legal points of entry. And that's training. That's actually the Border Patrol people that are allowing that. So that's why they're framing this way. They're the idiots that caused it. Because they're not investigating people properly. So that's the point. It's happening on legal points of entry, and that is the test of the administration. During Trump's administration, it's bad. During Obama's, they deport record numbers. Look at the difference. And then Trump literally just tries to frame it as anything else by having his border patrol ransack cities and lie to you. So that way it frames it as this media thing of you seeing him do something about this, but really it's illegal what he's doing. It's not how our immigration policies work, and he knows that. So, the 25th Amendment exists, and I just wanted to let you know that before I got off the stream. So I did that. We talked about all this stuff. I'm going to get going. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for trying to support, even though we're clearly having this nonsense going on. I appreciate the people that are here to support. Remember, out of all these viewerships, YouTube is trying to convince you that only fucking 44 views are on this stream. 44. So, thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate it. See ya.